but Jonah will be secured at least by Peter. The future from afar, gets high, ends up losing his life, and G just faints in
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?
Hello survivors and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. My name is Danalee and of course joining me is the wonderful Tash Bunny who had a load of fun yesterday. It is week 1, day 2 of the action here for the Free Fire World Series, and it's going to be an exciting one because we had teams in Group A and B clash in their first ever day of games together, but now we're going to be bringing in Group C into the mix here. Tash, how are you feeling today? What are you looking forward to the most?
I'm really excited to be seeing Bermuda United come up online. I think a lot has been said about this team. Me and Avi talked yesterday about how they were taking second place right behind the Brazilian teams in the Free Fire World Series last year. Let's see whether or not they can actually live up to the standard they have had on in the last year's series. Now it's very interesting seeing those new metas come through as well. Seeing a lot of Tatsuyas come up as well as Homers, honestly, which I'm shocked about because A124 I thought would be the standard, but Homers are still very much here to stay. Regardless, we are seeing a lot, again, rise of the Thais coming through, challengers coming through from the Thai teams toward the Indonesian players, and I believe that RRQ is really stepping up to that plate. Now, yesterday as well, we saw, if you guys were watching, Reverse Red managing to get 3 booyahs, which was honestly such a record to me, not only on day number 1, but also a strong statement to begin the next 3 weeks of a Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia.
Yes, exactly. And it also sets the stage for the group stage too, because now we get a bit of a glimpse as to what kind of power levels we could be expecting for these matchups. But we still need to see what's going to be happening with Group C, right? Because with all the different groupings, you're going to be getting all these different storylines, these different battles, teams that are going to be focused, and also the story of who's going to be some of those underdogs. Because in Free Fire, it is so typical that you get some of these teams, they explode out of the group stage, but once they actually make it to that playoffs, that final play day, you start to see some of these underdogs really come on through. So I'm really excited to seeing some of these teams play. But I think Buriram United, Tash, definitely a team that we are going to be looking forward to. I think if anything, for anyone that might be new to Free Fire, Buriram is a massive name in the scene. They have accomplished so much together. And I think especially for some of the newer teams, they've been a pretty pivotal team to look up to, someone to strive to be, because they are just such a consistent group. Now, the question, as you put, right, are the teams from Indonesia going to be able to catch up to the Thai teams? Because the teams in Thailand, they have been strong for many seasons. This last World Series, this wasn't the first time. The Thai teams are incredibly strong, but Indonesia is catching up. And I know last year I was cheering on for the Indonesian teams, and I do think they are starting to make some really good progress. But how much more progress can they make before the Thai teams maybe just continue to overrun them? Because yesterday's storyline, it kind of looked like history is repeating itself. We're still seeing all the Thai teams at the top of the leaderboard, and Buriram still hasn't played yet. And Attack All Round is also another team that also hasn't played yet. So these are 2 teams that even might dominate the leaderboard after their games of today. But of course, we're going to have to wait and see what happens as the teams do get ready to jump into their lobbies, and also as we talk about what are going to be our maps for today. And of course, for some of our newer viewers, we are going to be giving you guys a quick rundown on the tournament format and everything, so you guys are up to date on what is happening with the tournament and what to expect moving forward.
Guys, when this fight work together, yes, whether or not it's going to get forward, a dash though. And you're coming in from both sides, a nice
Humans being ambushed. RRQ with 60 small.
This is not the trade on trade. Abahi wanted to clear them outside.
Namaste, Pratiyaya, Pashansago.
Get the revive. Group players very much loose here as we're only down to the last 2 teams. Heavy Red putting in the damage. The team is putting in all healed as well. It looks like it might just be comes out on top. It's SEA. That is going to be Cost Q. It takes down Booyah coming through. Only one play left. Cost Q. Can he go for that revive with the question? Hitting the Booyah. Going to be going to Indoor Stars.
Persiapannya kita sholat, berdoa.
That's really exciting yesterday. When we talk about yesterday, Denali. I think it's when you look at I would say the tournament timeline here, the point rush is what I have my eyes on. I mean, we've seen so many years now of how this tournament is going to be. We're going to be seeing throughout the 2 weeks, you can see the points really pile up. And then we talked about how yesterday itself, we had teams already almost breaking that. I think breaking over 100 points already on day 1, which is honestly very terrifying if you're coming in at day 2 and today is the first day you're playing. Now, point rush is to me very interesting, definitely, because my question is how come things change so drastically after the league stage into point rush?
Okay, so here's the thing first, Tash. I think before we talk about point rush, because we're not even there yet, that is still a long way to go. We're in the knockout stage, right? We currently still have 18 teams split between 3 groups. Now, unfortunately, 6 teams are going to be going home. And I think the question here is which of these 18 teams are going to be eliminated from the tournament? Because you don't want to be eliminated from the knockout stage. You want to make it to point rush. And of course, that is where everything comes down to those points. Before we talk about those points, though, this is what the teams are playing for right now. The total prize pool that everyone is aiming for. Now, obviously, the champion here is going to be taking home $100,000. That's right, $100,000. Second place team will take home $40,000 and $20,000 apiece for third and fourth place. Now, the teams in top 12, they'll be getting a lion's share of the prize pool. The teams that get knocked out during the knockout stage will only take home $3,000 a pop. And then, of course, we have the bonus, the final MVP award, which is going to be an extra $4,000 to the one player that gets the MVP award. So, obviously, you're playing to try and get to the top of the leaderboard, but you kind of also want to play a little bit extra for yourself. Wink, wink.
Yeah, on top of that, we only have a few slots, I believe 4 slots to Riyadh, the Esports World Cup coming very, very soon. So that's also something that we also have to look out for. So on top of that prize money, we also have that idea that we could go even further when it comes to competing. Now, point system, pretty simple. This is something we've done a lot of times, a few years now. 12 points to the Booyah of the day, followed by 9, 8, 7, and so on. Now, from points number 11 and above, no points for them, which is why a lot of teams, I don't know if you noticed yesterday, it's a very aggressive style gameplay, very aggressive, very, very early. And the reason why is because one elimination gives you 1 point. So teams like Thai teams and Indonesian teams, this is what happened for RRQ, Indo Stars as well. They are teams that very early likes to fight very, very aggressively. You also saw it for Reverse Red. They want to get as many elimination points as they can. But surprisingly, I thought with this sort of like very high risk, high reward play, we would be seeing a lot more teams getting knocked out early with high elimination points. But this is clearly not the case when you look at teams like Stalwart Esports and on top and Reverse Red.
Yeah, it could be the way that these teams are approaching the matches as well, because some teams, they do continue to play fast from start to finish. Others do take a little bit of time to ramp up and get used to that competition. Now, of course, we do need to take a look at our tiebreaker rules here. So obviously, we're going to be starting off with the number of booyahs. If we do run into a tiebreaker, number of booyahs will be the first thing to look at. If the teams are still tied, we'll be taking a look at total eliminations. And if we are still tied, we will be looking at survival ranks for the final round. That last round could be what makes or breaks these teams in this tournament. So obviously you want to be playing your best from start to finish, but if things really come down to an absolute total tiebreaker, you better make sure you play that last game as if it was the last thing left on planet Earth, because to lose out on an opportunity just because you played that last round a little bit less optimistic, I'm not sure what kind of word I'm looking for here, but if you don't play it the best you can, you're gonna regret it. Now, Tash, let's take a look at our 3 groups of teams. Starting off with Group A, we have EVOS Divine, CGGG, Team Flash, Expand, Indostars, God of Wolf. For Group B, we have Stalwart Esports, P Esports, RRQ Kazu, Homebois, Heavy, and Reverse Red. And finally, welcoming Group C, who'll be playing today, we have WAG, Dewa United Apollo, Buram United Esports, Todak, Onyx Olympus, and finally, Attack All Round. Now, anyone, if you are tuned for Group A, they are not going to be playing today. They will continue their matches tomorrow because today we're going to be looking at Groups B and C.
I think it's very interesting because Group B was playing all day of yesterday, and I think we also ended quite late. Now the question is whether or not Group B has managed to recover from the long day yesterday and managing to bring that momentum, what they had brought to the table yesterday. Out of all the groups that played yesterday and today, Group B has seemed to be one of those groups that has been terrifying. Heavy
Definitely.
was very, very consistent. P Esports started to heat up toward the end. RRQ, very aggressive. Homebois had their shining moments, didn't really see it toward the end of the day. Stalwart Esports with 2 booyahs of their own, and Reverse Red with 3 booyahs in the bag. And on top of that, a number of elimination points. Now, I think yesterday as well, a lot of eyes were on CGGG, the last year third place winner of FFWS. Fortunately, they aren't playing today, but a bit upsetting for me in my opinion because CGGG only started to heat up toward the second half of the day, which means that you want to expect them to bring that momentum here today. It's going to be cut short, so hopefully they can bring it over tomorrow.
Maybe today's going to be more of a research day for the team, right? Just sit down, watch the other groups play, and figure out, okay, who is going to be our main targets? Who do we have to focus on? That's going to be the question, but let's skip on out. We're going to be taking up the teams in Group B. Now, obviously, Tash, I think you've highlighted the entire group as a monster of a group.
Oh yeah.
But the thing is, Group C, okay? I think a lot of people are probably questioning who are the teams in Group C that we are going to be looking at. And I think the easiest answer to this is Buram United Esports. And I mean, Tash, we've already spoken about this. Buram, again, a team that has established themselves in the scene as just this powerhouse. In any tournament that they're in, you have to consistently watch out for Buram. But like this, another team that I'm kind of looking at here, and that is Attack All Round, another team from Thailand, which again, guys, if you are new to Free Fire, if there's a region that you want to watch where you just have consistent good Free Fire, it is the Thai region. Every team that comes from Thailand, I don't know what's happened, if there's like a secret Free Fire academy, but they all seem to come from the same place and they are all just so incredible as players.
I think in general for Thailand, when it comes to just FPS games, Battle Royales, they seem to really thrive in that genre. And Free
They're
Fire,
so committed, yeah.
They are committed, and it's definitely not going to change so far anytime soon. Now, I don't know if you know, Bermuda United actually challenged the Indonesian powerhouses to show them that they can, to overcome them, to become one of the best in Southeast Asia. I think for a while now, I think it's come to the point where, the Thai teams has become such a powerhouse. You want to see new challenges or new kings come up to the top, and what better challenger to bring in other than the Indonesian teams. Now, into the schedule for today. Starting off today, we're going to start again the same amount of maps and games that we're going to be seeing yesterday, from Bermuda to Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, and Nextterra. Yesterday's random, we got Nextterra. I'm wondering what exactly we're going to be served for the last game for today.
Yeah, just if anyone is wondering, we don't even know what that last map is. We only find out when you guys find out as well. So that's going to be a really exciting one. And I love the X factor of just having this random map, because it really challenges these teams to say, we need you to be good at every single map, because if you're not, there's a good chance that you're going to be rolling a terrible map matchup in that last round. And that's going to be putting you on such a back foot, especially if you're in a position where you need to get those extra points. Now, as we do just have a quick glance at the players here, as they are getting ready to play their matches. Everyone is ready to go. If anything, I think teams in Group B are probably feeling a little bit more confident because they are warmed up from yesterday, and there is now pressure on teams in Group C to perform because they've already seen how strong Group B is. I'm kind of wondering, what kind of teams are you going to be focusing on for Group C? Like, who would you want to shut down? Do you even think about shutting the teams down in Group B? Maybe you actually shut down the teams in your own groupings. Are you going to try and go for the weakest link? Who is the weakest link? I don't think you can really say anybody is a weakest link in Group C either, up until you have played that first round. Like, what's the game plan for everyone playing today?
I think it all comes down to that drop spots in general. Like, which teams do we want to actually drop with? Which teams can we actually overcome in terms of firepower? We were just talking about this yesterday, me and Opti, about how we have some teams who are dropping in with the Thai teams, trying to see if they're able to shut them down early. And I understand, while there are those revivals very, very early before circle number 4, a lot of the time that we saw yesterday from map number 1, it was a complete shutdown very, very early. It's very, very rare that we see a lot of revivals were happening until I think the second half of the day toward Nextterra, toward Kalahari, in fact. Now, coming into today, I think we're going to be seeing as much chaos as we saw yesterday. Pressure obviously on Group C, because when you come into the game today, you have 0 points. You are behind by 1 day, and seeing the amount of points, 80 plus, almost 90 points that you have to overcome today, wondering, are we able to step up to the plate to give as many points as we can? Can we overtake these teams when we're already like, 6 maps behind them? Yes, they won't. Group B will be playing tomorrow, but it is still a mindset issue. It's a psychological issue at this point. Can we always bring our best in every single map? I think yesterday as well, I was talking about how Reverse Red had put such a high standard on them. In fact, even a target on their backs. Yes, you don't really know where or who you're going to be fighting with until you knock them down. But I think I can speak for everyone. When Reverse Red was knocked out of the lobby early, I think everyone said, okay, thank God, we don't have to deal with this aggressive team anymore. Regardless, we're going to go into our first map of the day, Bermuda. Coming right at you. Take it, Danny. After this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bermuda, our first map of the day for teams in Group B versus C. Let's see what's going to be the drop zones for these teams, and are we going to be maybe seeing any kind of early game aggression, any kind of hot drops? Is anyone feeling ballsy enough to potentially challenge these teams in Group B? And actually, Tash, something I want to bring up, right? There is one advantage for teams in Group C, and that is they do have a little bit of information for these teams in Group B. They do know where they are dropping in that first day, so maybe they can capitalize on this, on any teams that they feel comfortable with to potentially hot drop. Maybe it might be this first game here for our teams. And so far, we aren't really seeing too much happening aside from a potential hot drop in that bottom right-hand corner and also in that top section of the map as well. We're going to be switching over to Todak's point of view for the start of this round. And at the moment, it seems like it's going to be a pretty quiet one here. No one to contest Todak as of now. They just got a massive free drop zone for themselves. But Heavy, though, has actually run into Diwa. And unfortunately for Mr., it's going to be a very unhappy player here as he gets knocked down by Jonah. So Mr. 17 going to be revived immediately by his teammate. So just a bit of a scouting operation for the team here. Not too bad, but I mean for Heavy, got to be super happy with this already, just picking up those 2 knockdowns.
RQ had such a great day yesterday. Melee, Glove getting tagged. Yeah, honestly, surprising how all 2 Indonesian teams here on Sentosa alongside the Vietnamese team Heavy. And I think Legolab has had such a great day yesterday as well. A very aggressive player that's given so much support for his teammates. But I really want to highlight Abaihai. He is a player that you have to really watch out for. RQ has this really insane strat of having most players run these shotguns. So you can see here, they don't really interested in giving up the compound. Instead, they love when people encroach the compound because they prefer the CQC style play. In a lot of situations, teams think that they're able to just overwhelm them. Not going to happen, because so long as they're still on the inside, you're going to be severely just demolished. It's because that WAG, this is the first map of the day. Emily rushes forward, gonna be challenged up by High. And you don't do that! Falls down, Dolphin on the outside, providing huge support for his teammates. Does get a trade. Has to be careful because the other 2 RRQ members have Martin.
Yep, and we are going to be switching over to Diwa here as they continue to fight Heavy. We do have a revive happening on the side of Diwa, so they're going to be back to a full roster here, but Unfortunately for Heavy though, oh, actually they do get one knockdown there onto Mr. 05. That's going to be a great thing, putting the team down. And another player goes down, Mr. 17, also going to be dropping, as it looks like we are going to be seeing a massive recovery here for Heavy, and it looks like for Diwa, they want to get out of this as quick as they can. But Sam 13, I hope he's got his running shoes on, because if he doesn't, he might be in a whole lot of trouble. Got to try and find a revival point here for the team if they want to have a good chance of getting back into this game. But oh gosh, they've lost another player. It's down to Sam. But has he been spotted? I think he might be safe in the meantime. But oh, what a horrible start here for Diwa. They're just not able to get into a comfortable position for recovery. We are going to be jumping back into RRQ's point of view here, as they are going to continue on skirmishing Onyx. And actually, this might just be a really bad play for Onyx, because if this is the last player on their team, this might just be it.
Not the best situation here. Stalwart Esports doesn't seem to be stopping at all. They managed to get one for themselves. Razor solo comes up on top.
Ooh.
And here's
They
Jumbo.
still have somebody left on Onyx, so the team isn't out of the picture yet, Tash, but oh my goodness, getting 4 eliminations over to RRQ, that is a fantastic start for this team. The Indonesians, they love to play with that momentum, and to give those elims so early, that's going to be such an advantage. And the first team eliminated from the round is actually going to be WAG. Very unfortunate to be eliminated so soon in the competition.
Not only so soon, but it's also their first match in the first 2 days. Regardless, still a lot of time, still 2 days from and go. A nice teleport on the top side. This is a very ballsy play by Bajumbal. Just playing ring around Rosie. Teleports away once again. Honestly, a very smart move. I think he's going to try and play with this space. And Tan will be the one to find Mercy. Jumbal, while he is alive, his teammates not so much. He is all alone. There is still time to go for that revive, but he's getting hunted down. Tan quick with that glue wall. He's going to quickly reposition himself on the outside. Try to get a fake if he wants to. Tan marking him out. He does get one knock, moves away. Joda is trying to just flank him from the backside. Not happening quite yet. A jump shot forward. He jumps down and is finally eliminated. Homebois, day 2, map 1. Not a very lucky one for them.
Heavy, super persistent, just staying on their backsides, and already for Heavy, already sitting on 10 eliminations for this round. What a start for the team. Got to be so happy with this. This is going to really get them ready for that late game situation. We are switching over to P Esports here as LBT trying to gun down Zen. Can't quite get that opening, but it's just one player. They don't really have to worry too much about Zen. It's going to be a point for the team. Zen, I mean, he's doing his best, but what can you do as just one single player? They will finish him off. And actually, we have another team eliminated from the competition. Attack all round, going to be our 3rd team already eliminated.
Shots.
Switching back over to Heavy here, Tash, and it looks like they're managing to get another elimination. Diwa losing Mr. 05. I mean, we saw earlier today, right? Diwa, this was a team that got immediately shut down. They did manage to get a recovery as we saw one of the players go down, but man, I don't know how Diwa is going to come back into this game. They are so under-equipped. They're constantly reviving their players. Like, this is a tough game for the team.
I mean, I was just telling yesterday how, you know, the revivals doesn't really mean a good thing, because as soon as you talk in your teammates down, some of the players, especially from Reverse Red, who are always so aggressively waiting for those revives. And as soon as you hit the ground, immediately you just demolished and sent to the lobby once again. Regardless,
Taking a Reverse Red.
Exactly, Reverse Red just coming up forward. They love these kind of fights. They are a type of team that's so actively walking around the lobby and looking for fights. Exposi does get knocked a little bit, but nothing too much here. As the other members here, Nameless is one of the players you really have to watch out for. He's the one that's always in the front line, just picking up so much damage into the team. Sming as well is just so great in a 1v3 situation. 1v4, Exposi from the back lines here, putting in the hurt. Not quite landing his shots quite yet. But Nameless, he's rushing through, already inside, just checking where everyone is. Nearly getting knocked down. He's still alive, surprisingly, but balls of steel. This man gets 2 out there in the open. His teammates are just merely distractions for him to collect his points. And now Heavy, while they had a great day yesterday, still unable to take down Reverse Red. 9 eliminations in the bag.
Oh my gosh, Heavy are going to be so upset with that as well because they had a huge start to this matchup, and then to just be shut down by Reverse Red like that. I mean, they were probably thinking they were going to be in that final circle, maybe even getting that first booyah for themselves today, but oh my gosh, Reverse Red showing how strong they are as a team. The level of coordination that they've had in those team fights, being able to juggle their players as well, not just giving needless eliminations away, just making sure that they get those body checks, but also ensuring that they don't just give away those free kills willy-nilly. Reverse Red, I mean, this team is just going to continue to floor the competition unless somebody can find the solution for this team. What is their weakness? Because at the moment, and when it looks like to be a massive case of just pure mechanical skill from this team, can anyone outsmart them? Because I don't think there are very few teams that I feel that are in position to potentially just beat this team in a mechanical CQC situation.
Might have one, but honestly, Dewa is now in trouble. The blue zone taking up so much damage onto them. Quickly takes away a UAV, coming right back into the circle. Despite losing one player, there's still time for that revive. Now, Stalwart Esports is definitely a team that I had my eye on since yesterday. They are very interesting because in a way that they didn't really shine so very early, but very momentum heavy as well. There are so many times where you think a team might just make it. Stalwart Esports would either just crush their dreams by gatekeeping a circle, crush their dreams by just stealing that last minute win on the outside area, and a lot of their wins have been just so down to the line. STE, a team that will just really pull the rug from under your feet and just say, wait a minute, what just happened here? Stalwart Esports managed to get that booyah. It doesn't make sense. Carmel has been one of those players that I've keeping my eye on. He is just so good at the snipers, and he's the kind of player that would hop into fights with a long-range weapon and still get away with it. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, he is an absolutely insane player. As the circle gets a little bit smaller though, and it does circle in towards Hangar, there are a lot of teams that were towards the eastern side of that blue zone. So there's going to be a massive battle on the eastern side of that circle. I do want to make a quick mention that Todak actually managed to sneak in on the western side of that circle. So there is a good chance that Todak will be making it into that final circle as long as no one continues to contest them, because everyone else, they're on the right side, whereas Todak is on that left side. Now we do see Onyx here. Now this team unfortunately has no eliminations, had a very quiet game all game. STE though actually dropping Safa, they were able to get that pick up here, so back to a 4-man roster, but they're going to have to deal with P Esports looking to try and gatekeep them from this next circle. Now mind you folks, the circles are going to start hurting from this point onwards because, you know, as the circles get smaller and smaller, it does get much more painful, and it forces you to have to get into that blue zone much quicker as that game progresses. But STE going to be fighting up into P Esports. It looks like D1 managing to get deeper into the safe zone, and Nero actually shot down from that rooftop here. Salfa being caught out as well. Don't cry. Great play from the sidelines here, and Stop. Oh, I think Stop. This could be the opening for him to potentially shut down P Esports that's on the roof. They've only got one player to deal with. He's actually able to get those dodges off in the meantime, but no, Stop gets stopped himself, and now it's down to Safa here for STE. If he's not able to make these plays, this is going to be it for the entire team. Drops to that blue zone, and that's going to be it. P Esports managing to keep themselves in the game here, and actually, Diwa going to be the next team to look to gatekeep, and this is going to be a pretty tough one here for RRQ. Can they deal with a team that is on the rooftop?
Dewa has been massive, positioning-wise, just so great. Now, Reverse Red since yesterday till today, there was a lot of questions I had whether or not they can actually come out, just keep taking this momentum. It doesn't seem it's going to change anytime soon. Buriram United, their eyes onto the Todak team. They are side by side. You can see that Reverse Red as well. Look at that. They're just jumping straight into it. No fear, nothing. Shots coming through from Traps, but they're so quick with that glue wall. No movement quite yet. Traps is just, yes.
I am so scared because of what Todak decided to do there. They actually showed their positioning
to
Buriram because they shot there. Now, the question here I have is, do they know that Buriram is there?
They do.
It doesn't seem like... But they still show their positioning. Okay, very ballsy play here coming in from Todak. I hope they're ready for what could potentially come
I don't think they know it's Buriram United. That's the thing. I think if they knew, it might be a whole different story, right? But in this situation,
they got no choice now.
They got no choice. The circle's not in their favor. They are at the low ground disadvantage. A very dangerous situation to be in. One nade is all it takes to just blow them out here. Funa rushing forward, and one shot straight toward Traps. Jumps up and down and center. Bermuda United not ready for this aggression. Zen, a veteran in the scene, just making it so hard for him to take up that space. Quickly, triple kill for Todak. One more member of Bermuda United to deal with. Not like this. He's still hiding inside the circle. And Traps goes down. And unfortunately, a wipeout. Bermuda United. It didn't look so great from early, but the elimination will be going toward Todak, unfortunately.
Oh my goodness, what a massive battle. We are going to continue on here as Don't Cry going to be shot down by Jack from the side of Onyx, who's actually hiding within all of these crates. And so far, he's got a really good position to hide if he needs to. And look at that circle, smack dab in the middle of Hangar. The team's going to have to start moving now because we are looking at a lot of corners, a lot of walls, a lot of cover. It might come down to a battle of CQC here, Tash. Everyone getting in each other's face, trying to find whatever small nook and cranny that they can capitalize on. But look at the position here for Reverse Red. They have the majority of their team on top of this tower. And is there anybody that's going to be able to shoot this team down? Ram stuck behind a tree, unfortunately, just being pelted by bullets by Reverse Red. And obviously this team, they're going to want to try and flush them out if possible. But at the same time, they are revealing the position to RRQ, who is just towards that northern side, and Onyx as well.
I'm not sure Bermuda United is going to win this though. Reverse Red so aggressive, can take up that space. They see Bermuda United. They want to show them that they are the kings of Thailand.
They dropped.
All around. They dropped. Exposi and Sming already down. Diamond waiting for that reset. A jump through. A break off the wall. They are putting in damage. None of the bullets actually hurting, but Nameless. This is a great topside area. Just completely decimate them. Despite that, Wasana still managing to get one pick of his own. Nameless and Sming all the way topside, but now RRQ is just aggressing forward. Bermuda United, you're in trouble right now. 4 of these Indonesian players completely demolish all of their glue walls. Wasana trying to put it back up again, trying to isolate these fights, but not happening today. A buy high. Still very much high from his aggression yesterday.
We're down to our final 4 teams here, Tash. 14 players, and nobody is comfortably in that circle as of yet. It is a very exposed circle at that as well, so it's not going to be easy for these teams to just slip their way in and potentially find the best place to cover. Onyx, in the meantime, though, unfortunately losing one of their players, and they are trying to actually hide behind these crates. Now, they are running very, very low on health kits as well. They do need to try and get their health back up if they can, but look how awkward this is for some of these teams. The gap between the covers, it's so awkwardly long. If you don't have the glue walls to provide you that extra cover, it just leaves you in line of sight to potentially just be shot down with a headshot and immediately knock you down. Sam 13, they're going to be dropped down on the side of Diwa. Diwa going to try and have to go for that pickup there. They will successfully do so, but RRQ, they are being a pain because nobody can move if they're within RRQ's line of sight. Diva, though, going to continue to hide behind this tree line. They don't really have a lot to work with here. They are working with all the glue walls in the world that they can produce. And it looks like Biono 9, he's going to try and come in from the other side and actually reducing Nameless, getting knocked down because of the fall damage. And that's going to be it, though. Nameless out of this game. Diva still sticking down with their 5 players going up against RRQ. It's going to be a battle between these 2 Indonesian teams. Who is going to get the first booyah of the game, Tash? We're going to find out in just a second. Both teams have 4 players, but first one already going to be eliminated. Bio on the side of Diva. Looks like this might just be it for Diva unless they can somehow recover, play around those blue walls, play with their healing if necessary, trying to get inside their face, but no! RRQ remaining the kings of Indonesia, proving at the World Series that they are one of the best teams in the region, and they continue to do so by getting the first booyah for their group.
This is completely massive for RRQ. Yesterday, it seems like they came so very short of so many booyahs. And today, they finally get it. Now, unfortunately for Reverse Red, they seem like they had the best positioning, in my opinion, on the top side of the area. But this is the problem when you do take these high grounds. When the circle does not favor you, repositioning is a big problem. And it's exactly the biggest mistake that was done by Reverse Red. Regardless, Bermuda United, despite not having their full squad so early, was still able to survive all the way till the end. And the rest who are all the way out there are still very much the same suspects from yesterday. So kudos to them. RRQ today showing us that they can bring in more than just a CQC style of play. This is a very fun match for them because you can see that, yes, Onyx, I was really excited to see Onyx come up to the final last circles, but because they didn't have enough supplies, they didn't have enough, I would say, time to really take over a lot of space and didn't want to get involved in those fights. It felt like they were severely punished for taking out the damage from the zone.
Yeah, this is where macro comes into play for some of these teams as well. It is so important that you have the equipment, the items, the glue walls, the grenades. No, you don't save them up, you still have to use them throughout the game, but you have to micromanage your inventory. Do you have enough if we're going to be going into a very active late game? Can you make a prediction and say, okay, we think the circle's going to be here, it's in a very open area, we're going to try and preserve our glue walls because we know we're going to need it at that point of time. And this is the thing that I really like with RRQ as a team. Like, this team is really on point when it comes to their macro game. They always just seem to have the right amount of things to just make things go their way in that late game. Now, I do want to remind our viewers as well, RRQ, they were third on the leaderboard coming into today's game, so this is going to shoot them up on that leaderboard. They're going to be super happy with their positioning. Reverse Red, though, they will drop down a little bit, but the team did end up actually finishing pretty high in the last match as well, so I am genuinely curious to know, did RRQ score enough points to overtake and potentially sit in that first place? Because from yesterday, Reverse Red is sitting on 107 points. RRQ was sitting on 90. So the gap between these two teams, it's only 17 points. And we already know that 12 points is going to be going to RRQ's pocket because they simply got the booyah. Of course, you're going to be looking at those elimination points as well. So what's the offset? Did RRQ score enough to maybe steal that first place away? Or are they hot on Reverse Red's heels on that leaderboard?
This is a very interesting one because this is actually this is RQ's first Booyah. And I had a tagline for RQ yesterday, which was no Booyah, no problem, because they are one of those teams that are consistently not only making it to the top 5, but has a huge number of elimination points every single round. So, you know, when we say, like, yes, in Battle Royale, you don't really just want to go and become the last team standing. You also want to be able to consistently bring in those points. Like teams like Onyx just now, I think, are very passive. They are not playing the game where it comes to, like, okay, finding these elimination points and really stack up those points. We didn't see it from them. Perhaps maybe they're still trying to feel how it is going to be playing out today. But it's a very different feel from Group C and Group B yesterday. It felt like yesterday for Group B, it felt like they were hitting the ground running. Aggression from beginning to end. What you saw today from Reverse Red, from Stalwart Esports, from RQ was exactly what we seen yesterday. I was telling Obvi yesterday that we were going to be seeing a big shift when it comes to their playstyle rotations today, or even maybe a slower pace, but it doesn't seem to be the case at all, because again, what we can say is, if it's not broken, why fix it? If this aggressive play that is doing us so many favors in so many rounds yesterday, out of all the 6 maps, only 2 maps Reverse Red was knocked out very early. Why should we change it at all? And this is a great way of aggression, because RRQ, whatever they had not learned yesterday, whatever mistakes they made yesterday, they had fixed it today, and it's really showing in this map of Bermuda.
And of course, it could also be a matter of the changing in the groups as well, right? Just to see that, okay, we're not dealing with Group A anymore. For all we know, maybe Group A was the issue. Maybe that's why they weren't able to play to their absolute best. Maybe it is actually Group C being the thing that really kicks RQ into gear. But remember, I mean, Reverse Red is there, so we can't really shake those teams off. But it looks like we are going to have an in here, so let's see what the teams have to say after that spectacular win for our first game of the day. It's going to be none other than RQ.
Thank you. And wow. I'm very excited to see a Booyah from Indonesia. Woo! Wow. Yes, and I with Legalot from RRQ Kazu. And I want to ask you, you just got Booyah, mind to share the secret?
Kamu baru banget Booyah hari ini, boleh dikasih tahu nggak rahasianya tuh apa?
Gak ada rahasia sih, cuma main doang, hoki doang gitu.
Oh my god, lucky.
Okay, actually there's no secret, we just think that we're lucky.
Okay. Who is the most dangerous player today?
Yang paling ngeri hari ini ya Razor.
Why Razor?
Karena dia udah latihan sangat keras.
The most dangerous player is Razor, because he's been practicing a lot lately.
Okay. What's your obstacle so far?
Apa hambatan kamu sejauh ini?
hambatan kami sejauh ini Buya sih. Sebelumnya di turnamen sebelumnya sama hari sebelumnya kami jarang Buya.
Oh, okay. I think because we rarely get Booyah, so yeah, the utmost obstacle for us is getting the Booyah itself.
Okay, for last, please say something to your fans.
Boleh kasih kata-kata gitu untuk fans kamu?
Terima kasih buat Kingdom yang selalu mendukung dan mensupport kami dimanapun kalian berada.
Thank you for all the Kingdom for always supporting us wherever you guys are.
Okay, thank you so much Legalo, thank you survivors, and I hope Indonesia got a booyah again for the next match. Are you ready for next match? Okay, back to you Shoutcaster.
The crowd seems very excited, and honestly, I'm not surprised. That was a great opening match, honestly, for day 2. Now, the mention of Razor just now was something that I really wanted to highlight as well. Now, he said that Razor has been working hard, one of the hardest players for RRQ has been working hard for, and I don't disagree. You can actually see it in the game. Now, yesterday, Razor has always been the last man standing. I'm not too sure what exactly his role is, but every time there is a team fight, you always see Razor at the very end. He's either going to be the guy that's reviving everyone, or can try and take this 1v3s. Razor did manage to win a 1v2 yesterday, which is also kind of fun as well to watch, but it comes down to that mechanical skill as well. RRQ today looking very strong, looking very good, perhaps rising up to the call from STE, from CGGG, as well as Bermuda United, to show that Indonesian region is the next region that we should be looking out for. Regardless, another region that I really want to watch, honestly, it's going to be Vietnam.
Vietnam is a pretty interesting region. They've had their comeuppance as a region. They're slowly getting better. But let's focus back onto Razor, because I think this man, he deserves all the attention in the world. And I want to make a quick mention as well for anyone that didn't watch the Free Fire World Series last year. Razor's interviews were the absolute best. This man has the funniest personality. He's just so amazingly sweet, and he's also very funny. So if you are wanting to root for an Indonesian team, you can root for RRQ, and if you don't really care about the team, care about Razor. This is a guy that you really want to get behind. But there were so many compliments that were thrown Razor's way as well by his teammates. Every time they decided to have any kind of interview, they would always credit Razor. There seems to be a lot of respect within RRQ, not only in terms of Razor's skill, because he's already proven that, but the fact that, yes, Tash, I think you made a great point mentioning that he's an extremely hard worker. I think the teams, the teams last year, they did mention that he is a incredible player to be around. Like, he just exudes so much energy that really fuels the rest of his teammates up. And we've seen that last year as well during the World Series, that especially in those moments when Razor is needed by his teammates, I don't know how he does it. He's always there at the right place at the right time to back them up. Now, of course, unfortunately, the team didn't win Worlds last year, but they really put RRQ on the map to being probably the best team in Indonesia at this point of time. And just from this performance alone, I think they continue to do so. There aren't really many Indonesian teams that have been able to consistently pressure RRQ in the way that RRQ pressures the other regions, and in particular Thailand. I almost suspect that not just Razor, but RRQ might be the way to figuring out what makes the teams in Thailand so strong. Now we're going to switch on over to elimination leaders here, as we're going to be having Jonah on the side of Heavy, sitting in first place with 5 eliminations. Quick mention for Heavy. This team, I felt so bad for them in that previous round, because I think they went down with 10 eliminations, Tash. They had such an explosive start, and then they had to run into probably the worst team to run into in the mid game, and that was Reverse Red. I felt so sorry for this team. Like, sometimes you just get a little bit unlucky with where you are.
I mean, speaking of that, despite them getting knocked out a little bit early, they're still putting in a lot of damage. Sming himself with 3.1k, which is honestly quite a lot for one map itself. Now, Traps honestly is making a statement for day number 2 as well, with 6 headshots beyond from Dewa and Razor as well. Now, coming into today, I think I was not expecting Team Todak to really start off with a bang, honestly, because a lot of teams, including Bermuda United, seem to be struggling a bit on the first game. I understand that the first game is that, I would say, introductory game, but I am already sort of like my expectations already exceeded even on game number 1. Regardless, Bison is the first weapon that is going to be used a lot today, Karin alongside the Woodpecker and the Trogon. You can start to see this, I would say, this style of play, or even a trend where we are seeing 2 players, maybe even 3 sometimes if you go toward the RRQ style play, or play this more of a short range and high impact weapons. And then you have like 1 or 2 players in the backside playing this mid to long range, and it gives you so much value. Reverse Red did that very well, honestly, because they were just so good at putting themselves over on the high grounds. And RRQ this time giving themselves 24 points, not the highest I've seen, at least in the last 2 days. I think the first day 27 was the highest, but still quite a statement play for day number 1. RRQ starting off really strong, followed by Reverse Red. Now, Reverse Red didn't have the second place spot, but because the insane amount of eliminations they have puts them only 3 points behind RRQ.
Yeah, and that's actually pretty big, because that means at the end of the day, we are going to be seeing RRQ sitting on Reverse Red's tail because of this. That tiny point difference, only 3 points. Meaning Reverse Red, even though they didn't get that first booyah right, they're still going to be sitting on top of that leaderboard. 14 points ahead of RRQ. Is that 14? Yes, it is 14. Wait. I think it is 14. I can't brain this today. But RRQ, they do still have that chance to potentially swipe away that first place, but a couple things are going to have to happen in that second game. Can RRQ get the points, and is Reverse Red going to have a bad game? Because I think the question I'm going to have to ask you so far, Tash, what has been the worst game for Reverse Red so far? How consistent have they been? For anyone that didn't tune into yesterday's game.
Right, so they have been pretty much consistent for all maps except for map 3 and 4, I believe, Kalahari and Nextterra, which I understand it's a much bigger map. It's a lot harder to rotate, and I think their style of play on these bigger maps are severely punished, especially given the fact that they weren't able to take up that space really quickly. Again, this is a very high risk, high reward kind of style of play here, because you are expecting your team to either make it in these fights, or you're going to be eliminated immediately, because they're not playing the style of play that has 3 players with 1 player still so far behind they can run away, because they want all hands on deck, putting in that damage, that hurt, and just to really annihilate and just knock out the entire team into the lobby in one go. Now, after this, you're going to go to a bigger map, Purgatory. What do you have in mind? Because yesterday, Reverse Red managed to get a booyah on this map, and they did not change their style of play at all.
Well, that's the question, is that maybe if they don't change their style of play, our team's going to maybe capitalize on that yet again, because in the past we've seen teams, when you have those group stages and you have that formula to success and you keep doing that, you are giving away information, and you're also technically training the other teams to say, we're going to keep playing like this, we're not going to change until you crack this code. And the teams do eventually crack that code, and sometimes at the worst possible time for these teams that are actually running these winning recipes. And so the question here is anyone going to crack the code in today's match? RRQ, they did a great job in that first game. Can they maybe be the team that actually shuts down Reverse Red? I do kind of feel like in that first game, Reverse Red probably could have played the game a little bit different, but the fact that they've decided to play on top of that tower and they didn't get as many eliminations as they wanted, that might have been the only reason why they didn't play as well as they would have liked to. I do think this team, like, incredibly skilled. Mechanics-wise, they're great.
Well, off to Purgatory we go. I'm really excited for this one. It is a very different map, this regardless. So we were just talking about how Reverse Red's consistency. I think that's pretty much the only thing on everyone's mind right now, because given how exactly aggressive they were playing, I was still keeping an eye out on Stalwart Esports because of their last minute, I would say, come up toward the end of the day yesterday. And they were definitely a team that liked to shut people down, kind of like ruin everyone's rotations. But they've been quite quiet in game number 1. and I wouldn't be surprised if they start to heat up toward the second half of the day. Now, Daniele, my question to you is, out of the Group C teams that are playing right now, which team do you think we should be keeping an eye on other than Buriram United?
Okay, other than Buriram United, good question. So I am leaning towards one of our two Indonesian teams within the group. So it could be Dewa or Onyx. I might be leaning to Onyx here because this team, they can absolutely pop off, but this is a team that needs prerequisites to that winning formula. But we are going to be switching over to Reverse Red's point of view here, as they are going to try and go for their first round of eliminations, but so far they're taking some casualties themselves as well. Diamond going to be coming in for the backstab. They will be able to grab traps in the process. So Todak, unfortunately, going to be down a couple players and off to a pretty tough start for this team, unfortunately. But looks like Raja, thankfully, is able to pick up his teammates, and hopefully they can stabilize that early game. But so far, elimination leader, I mean, it's Reverse Red. I'll be surprised.
Honestly, I know that a lot of teams are in this mindset where, okay, it's fine. We can take these early fights. We not only can take these early fights, we can just immediately try and get those picks. If we die, it's fine. We can just go for the revive. But a lot of people are forgetting that one elimination equals to 1 point. So if you're not careful, you're technically just feeding them these points. If you are immediately trying to go for that revive, immediately trying to go and take them down so very early. I think the idea just now for Todak was that they just wanted to loot as much as they can. But I think one of the biggest problems just now was they didn't realize that they were up against a team whose aggression is just so uncomparable right now. When you look at Nameless, how hard is it to land a shot on this guy? Because his jump shots are just so terrifying. It is so unpredictable to really guess where exactly he's going to be landing. And immediately as soon as he gets down, he already has a double barrel in his hand. He's so quick to just quickly take them down. I had this conversation with Obvi yesterday. I said, okay, Obvi, when you are... he said, okay, it is actually really good for you to take these fights early if you want to shut, a team like Reverse Red down. And I said, yeah, of course you want to be able to shut them down early. Early fights are good, but when you are a team like Reverse Red who are just so quick when it comes to looting, so quick to get your weapons very, very early, it's so hard to punish them, and it looks like Sming will be the one punished. Todak might just get a little bit of a revenge out of that early fight.
They got their point back. That's the most important thing here, Tash. They got their point back after what's happened in that early fight. Now, as we are letting the teams just continue to loot, I do want to quickly mention to our viewers, so in yesterday's games, STE and RRQ actually placed first and second respectively. So they did fantastic in that second round. There's a good chance we could be looking at a repeat here, but the question is Starwood Esports going to even be able to get into that late game situation? They've already lost you right off the bat, and they're going to continue to lose another player, possibly. Stop, going to be the next player to go on down here. Safia all alone. I think Caramel has driven off for the team, so he's going to try and look for a revive point. Safia just going to try and buy some time, but if you can win the fight instead, I think that's already even better.
Oh man, Saifa! From yesterday till today, he has been their team's saving grace. Nero now in trouble, hits the ground running. He doesn't have anything on him, no reposition. That portal go is not doing him any favors, and as soon as he's doing something, they just completely sandwich him from two different areas. And now here's Dewa taking this fight so quickly against Attack All Around. We are expecting to see a very aggressive style play from Attack All Around, but this time around, Dewa might just be in trouble, running for their lives. Onyx, a triple kill to Dewa, taking away the hopes and dreams of their Indonesian counterparts.
Oh, their brother is going to be so upset with that, unfortunately. But sometimes you just got to do what you got to do to win, Tash. We are going to be seeing another fight here, though. Reverse Red, this team is just on fire with so much bloodshed, so much aggression, and they finally run into Todak yet again. They said, hey boys, this is what you get for trying to go for that single cheeky elimination. Although Cody, they're going to be pretty upset as he is stuck on the ground here. Diamond going to try and win this fight for his teammates. So Todak, can they find that opening? They get a complete team wipe in the process. So Todak is now out of the competition.
That is so unlucky.
First team out. They have to be so upset with that. I actually feel horrible for Todak. But Reverse Red, though, this is not a team that you want to be messing with this early in the game.
It felt like Reverse Red. I think Reverse Red was actually stalking them for so long. Yes, they managed to get that revive, but they are the type of team that said, okay, you're going to go for the revive, that's fine. Let's just reposition, mark you on the map. We're going to follow you as far as we can, and then quickly take advantage of that. Because even then, when you think about it, when you are revived, you have nothing. No util, no weaponry, no armor. you can't do anything to take that fight. Just now it happened to Nero as well, which is why, like, when I say, yes, early game, you can go for that revive, but at what cost? Are you safe enough to go for the loots? Are you okay to take fights so very early as soon as you hit the ground? And unfortunately for Dewa or Todak, that is not the issue. Seeing a tackle around, surprisingly.
Actually,
Onyx doesn't want to take this fight, but it looks like a tackle around is just scouting around, seeing where exactly Onyx is going to go. Trying to see whether or not they want to take this fight is also going to be another problem. But speaking of problems here, Homebois, there's a trouble coming toward them.
I think it's a pretty heavy problem that's going to be coming their way. And this is also going to reveal their position potentially to attack all round if the team does get a little bit too close to the gunfire, though. Heavy have found themselves a very nice fat boulder to hide behind, but Homebois, I hope they're ready for this. I hope they've actually scouted this out, because if they haven't, they could be in for a rude awakening any moment now. As Butterfly and Gemball, they have shown themselves they are walking outside of the compound. I think the fight might have just begun here. Heavy going to be sending in at Kabi, who's actually already down to below half health, unfortunately. Calm, they're coming in for the backline damage. Not going to be enough, though. 2 players already down for Heavy, and they're going to be losing a third. It's just going to be down to Jonah. So what's the play here for the team? Will they go for the recovery play? Are they going to continue with the fight? It's just going to be Jonah up against 2 players. Butterfly approaching on his blue wall. Can he get the headshot of his life? Jonah, he's not able to get it. Homebois able to defend against that aggression coming in from Heavy. The team is gone, and for Homebois, they do pick up 4 extra points. But hang on a minute, though. It looks like we're going to be seeing another shark in the water. It's RRQ. Hungry, looking for kills, looking for blood, wanting those points. They want to overtake Reverse Red.
No, Reverse Red. Sorry, Reverse Red.
Fight the attach, though. Mercy on the ground. Dude, he says, I want that. I want those points. So sorry about that, Tash, but oh my goodness, RRQ. This is a team, if you're going to find a team that wants to vulture, it's RRQ.
RRQ was just so quick on that. Honestly, again, third party is also a strat. Speaking of that, the 2 Thai teams are just fighting each other. Triple A is just going to be taking this away. Reverse Red is now in trouble. 2 players left trying to go for that revive. Now, Diamond, I know what he wants to do here. He's trying to isolate the fights, go to those jump picks. But I think it's a tackle around being very, very smart. They don't want to be isolated. They want to be able to just move together. Diamond immediately blown to smithereens, taken out of the game, and WAG just watching from afar. I think they're just really contemplating whether or not they want to take this fight. It looks like they are before a tackle around is able to go for that reset. But I think perhaps they understand that time is not on their side. They're a bit too slow for taking it, but they are going to begin their slow descent toward them. Here is Dolphin just stalking from one end, but no opening fire sent out quite yet. And I think tackle around is already aware. Yeah, they're already aware.
Yeah. They're showing their position, but this is a very open position for a tackle round. I have to say, they are incredibly bold to even consider trying to fight in that position. We are going to be seeing some players being picked up from their teams. We do see Reverse Red and Homebois going for player revive, so they are going to be going back to their full rosters. Quick recap of what's happening for all the teams. So Brewam United, no points on the board. Extremely quiet for this team. Reverse Red leading with 8 eliminations and having to pick up 2 of their players. Homebois, though, only down to 2 players. Still going to have to try and look for 2 more revives on their players. But at the moment, though, this is, I have to say, very, very quiet game for Brewam. I think a lot of people that are cheering on for this team quite surprised. What's the thought process for Brewam? Is it just going to be that late game that they're aiming for? Because that seems to be the plan here.
It is an interesting plan, but when all of the teams are taking these fights very, very early, they're coming up on top. They're already collecting all these elimination points like candy. That's going to be a big, big problem. Dolphin knocked down so very early. Here's Stalwart Esports, a team that seems to be ruining hopes and dreams. WAG was unprepared for the siege, honestly. Berlin running for his life, going for the reposition. His teammates are not in a good position. Cyrus going to be the first one net out. Dolphin eating a lot of damage. Inhaler used by the Ghost. And I think what he's going to try to do is just play in the blue zone, perhaps. Go for a big reposition. Maybe go for that revive if they can. The Ghost did immediately bring back Krillin. That is huge. 3 eliminations in the bag. But look at those days coming inside. He dodges, but he still gets him in the end. Krillin down. Michael's already knocked down. RQ is also in trouble as well as he spoke by. Red is just not stopping the aggression coming through. And it's a big statement saying that, hey, you may have gotten the booyah round number 1, but we are going to be taking it back. That's enough from you. Fortunately for them, it was not a team wipe. I'm pretty sure it wasn't a team wipe. Nope, no, it wasn't.
Oh my goodness, Reverse Red. They are annoyed about what happened in that first game. And of course, we saw in yesterday's game, they came in 6th place with 9 eliminations. Like, they're not messing around this time. And with RRQ out of the picture, the only team they really have to worry about now is potentially STE, right? Because STE were the ones to pick up the Booyahs yesterday. So can Reverse Red do that? And they also have to deal with Bruram. We still haven't seen the potential for this team, what kind of form they're in. What are they really aiming for here? Because this is their debut for the tournament. This is their first play day of games. They haven't revealed to us what they're capable of at this point of time. Looks like Jump God, though, actually be knocked down and eliminated, unfortunately. We're still watching here from Bruram's perspective, but we are seeing some skirmishes happen on the other side of the map.
Nero just waiting on the outside, trying to go for STE. A cycle round taking 8th place, but Nero will be immediately punished. But PE, look at that, their portal goal, giving them so much space to work with. They're really just chunked inside of this little compound, but they're not worried. This portal goal is giving them a lot of value in terms of not only repositioning, but also making sure that they can just quickly weave in and out if someone does actually try to just hit into the compound. PE quickly gonna say, okay, I think that compound was just not giving us any favors. Too little space for us to work with. Let's move on to the other side. And this is huge because now they can play this long-range game against Onyx. 2 different areas for Onyx that has been holding. Only 2 of them they have to worry about. And on the other side, they have Stalwart Esports. And we know that Carmel, Dew, long-range weapons, they hurt. They have to keep an eye out on both teams.
They do have to watch out for this. All right, so we're going to be watching Onyx perspective here. It looks like we do see Sming taking out the Ghost there. In the meantime, though, it looks like Bruram finally going to have a little bit of action themselves up against Homebois. And so far, it's not looking too bad for the team. They have lost Jonah in the process, but Pruna will be just dishing out damage in the backlines there. It looks like it's a team wipeout here for Bruram, finally getting points on that board. And look at that, 4 points at the same time. Bruram, they are ready to play this late game because look at that circle, Tash. It is extremely small. And looking at the position here for all of these teams, everyone is pretty spread out. We're not seeing everyone congested in one corner. So it is going to be a pretty spread out battle for all of these teams. And Onyx might be the next contender here for this side of the circle.
Honestly, Bruram doing so very well, and look at that.
They get out!
Yeah, they got out, and this is huge. This is why it's so important for you to have one player carry that portal go ability. Now, Jonah not going to be able to be revived quite yet, but if you look at the right side here, it looks like Stalwart Esports has already opened up fire to another team. Now, the Homer does come out. I don't think it's spotted anyone quite yet. Wasana, is this going to be huge because he's on the second side of the top window. Gonna go for a reset, gonna go and try and see if he can actually hear any sound cues. But as the circle goes around, I think the best positioning is from Bermuda United. They have a compound right smack dab in the middle of the circle. This might either be a good or a bad thing because remember the interview I did a few years ago with Abie. If you want to hold the center of the circle so very early, you have to be very, very strong. And let's see if Bermuda United can be that team. Stop on the top side of this compound, just waiting. He's trying to make sure he can go down and catch that player. As he goes down, just stopping Nameless, and he drops down like a fly from the sky. Stalwart Esports is really showing us that he can do so much damage onto this area. I'm sorry, it was this. I'm not saying I'm sorry. I'm just saying like it's just so unlucky for this team that's just dropping down. Yes, the revive is going to be huge, but now the circle not favoring Stalwart Esports. They're going to have to go for that reposition. Repositioning is going to be very tough because one area of the circle by Onyx is already being pelted by bullets. The other side we have Boram United, and one end we have Diamond who is all alone. Now for Reverse Red, this is possibly the first time in 2 days that they're not surviving toward the end with more than 2-3 players up, and it's going to be a problem.
It is going to be a problem for this team because, of course, if they're going to try and take that Booyah, they have to deal with 3 other teams, and multiple of these teams, they do have their full rosters. Onyx going to be starting off this battle here for their brothers and sisters. Can they actually clutch this game for their Indonesian fans? And here we go. The circle has been decided, Tash. It's going to be a really tough one. Teams trying to go for the reposition. Onyx trying to go all the way around. Reverse Red, though, trying to go in for their own kind of attack. They do have one sniper on the sidelines in case things do get a little bit hairy, but they do finally finally launching. Coming in from the bottom though, we do have Onyx Esports. And the bottom though, Broram trying to hold the ground forces in this compound. It is such a congested area here. 3 teams fighting for this compound, but who's going to be the first team to be losing their players? So far, anyone on the rooftop is going to be relatively safe, only having to deal with the teams on the other side of the map. The teams inside the compound though, things are not going to be as easy for them. It looks like we do finally see STE trying to come in as a team. Stop though, he does actually manage to pull off his glue wall so he doesn't immediately get taken down. Lots of glue walls being thrown out on this rooftop, going to make it really difficult for these teams. The circle is closing in though, and this is a circle that hurts so much. They have to find a safe zone and a zone where they're going to be able to compete with these players. But look at this, so Nameless, immediate headshot, no chance at all. Garu just taking him out of the picture, exposing those, trying to hide right behind. Does not get the headshot, now he's exposed himself. He's going to be jumped on by all these players, throwing down glue walls, trying to survive. It's going to be a really tough one here.
Look at Stellar Esports.
The compound.
Look at Stellar Esports. Stellar Esports, one player all the way to top side, and you can already see Bermuda United has already pushed out to top. Speaking of that, Nick, still very healthy with 4 players, still very much alive. They hear the commotions happening over to the top side, and the shotgun comes out. A jump battle for the top side. Wasana comes up on top, Kiba with a jump shot, trying their best to try and fight him, but this man is extremely slippery. Kiba goes down. Surprisingly, Bermuda United is still doing their best to survive. 2 different sides of the circle, high ground in their favor. Gary gonna go for that reset whenever he can. It's really hard to see each other here, but none of these blue walls are gonna go down. Everyone's just stuck inside of the circle, but who's stuck with who is the question. Wasada goes down. He's trying to go for that reset. Don't think his teammate does notice yet. Jack so low. Gary used as bait, not going to be changing anyone's minds. Jack just trying to weave in and out. Reverse red eliminated. 4th place. 2 versus 1. Onyx is all alone. Whether or not he can be the kingmaker is the question. Jack hasn't been moving at all from inside of that glue wall. Regardless, Carmel with the long range, but stop. Trying to make sure that the stop does happen. And it's gonna be Onyx going out next. And a wipeout to come through. Stalwart Esports only with Bermuda United to deal with both of them jumping around like bunnies, but not able to get Wasana. These blue walls are proving to be a nuisance. One more jump shot, the blue wall, as well as the blue zone blocking him. Stop solo, 30 HP. Caramel goes down. No, Caramel gets Wasana actually, and there's your booyah. Taken out and away. Stalwart Esports. How on earth did they make that happen without a full squad?
Stalwart Esports. So close, and they finally get it. They get knocked down from that 2nd place, and they say, guys, this is not acceptable. We have to take that 2nd place back. And very, very likely when we do see the scoreboard, they're going to be able to take that 2nd place back away from RRQ. Probably not going to be able to catch up to Reverse Red. Unfortunately, this team has just been too consistent at the moment, but it's so good to see Stalwart Esports, even though they did have a bit of a shaky game number 1, to prove that they are still playing at their best, that just having that one little moment where they kind of faltered, it's not enough to shut this team down mentally. Congratulations to Stalwart Esports for getting our 2nd booyah of the day. This is a team that we can't keep our eyes off this team at all.
I mean, are you surprised? Yesterday I kept saying again and again that this team had a lot to say in the banter videos. They had a lot of claims coming up forward, and they are backing every single claim up. This is a confidence play coming through. And honestly, I really thought Onyx would have that game. I was so very sure. But we saw just Stalwart Esports was playing all the way toward the top side of the circle. They did not move one bit. Yes, Onyx did move toward them, but they got so distracted by Bermuda United. And you know what they did? That's fine. Just wait it out. We don't have to move. Just wait behind our glue walls. Make sure that we're completely inside in the middle of the glue walls before actually making or forcing these fights. And that's exactly what they did. We didn't see any fights, or at least it wasn't shown to us, all these all-out fights by Stalwart Esports. All we saw are Bermuda United and Onyx fights, which is just honestly mind-blowing because I wasn't even aware. I was so sure that Stalwart Esports was already out.
Yeah. I think it really comes down to how you execute these late game team fights, right? Because if you draw attention to yourself very early as those late game team fights happen, especially when it comes to those last 2 circles, sometimes it pays to just stay out of the way, to not get in anybody's way, to not cause them issues, to not draw any kind of attention. And that's really, I think, what it came down to in this late game team fight, right? Whereas for Onyx, super aggressive, constantly chasing after for those eliminations, and in the process, just starting to become priority targets for these teams because they realize that, okay, if we leave Onyx, they're just going to keep chasing us. So let's get rid of them early, or let's try and hide away from them, just pretend that we're not here so that they don't focus us down and we're going to be able to survive in that final circle. Now, speaking of this game was much better for Reverse Red, I think. This was probably the Reverse Red everybody was kind of expecting through the entire tournament. Now, I'm not saying that they did terribly, but I think that some people were expecting them to potentially take that Booyah. It was just that this game, I'm not sure if it's a case of the groupings. I
think it's the grace of the groupings. No, for real.
I also think it's not Group C that's causing issues. I actually kind of think it is Group B themselves.
It is, because honestly,
basically eating each other. Yeah.
Yes,
they're
because
cannibalizing.
Cannibalizing is one, but number two, because the speed and momentum that's shown by Reverse Red is matched by the other teams in Group C, if I'm being honest here. Because yesterday it felt like Group A was just being steamrolled by Reverse Red. Reverse Red was just honestly at this point walking around and just searching for targets at one point. But in this situation, Reverse Red cannot do what they usually do. They are not able to just walk up to a team and just immediately hit their compound and just take it away. When you have teams like RRQ, teams like Onyx with very, very similar play styles, it is really hard to really counter that aggressive style of play. On top of that, speaking of very similar play styles, I think that Onyx and RRQ seem to have very similar rotations, because how many times did these two teams meet? How many times did these two teams had to face up against each other? Yes, they get those revives, but honestly, I think fans at home are thinking, okay, wouldn't it be better if we could just meet teams from other regions? Because why would we fight our Indonesian brothers and sisters? But it's not happening because they have a very similar style of rotation and mindset and play. Even to their style of play of the shotgun meta is exactly the same, which is honestly very cute but also funny for me,
I think there's a couple of things that we have to sort of think about with the Indonesian teams. But before that, though, let's have a look and see what our winners have to say after grabbing that fantastic Booyah for game number 2.
Welcome back here again, Saifa from STE! Woohoo! Oh my god, you did so well last game. Can you tell us about the game that you won against G with PE Sport?
พูดถึงตอนที่เราเจอกับ1-3กับทีม PE Sport นะคะ
แค่ฟุกเฉยๆครับ
I'm just lucky at that shot.
Are you sure that's a lot? Because I saw a lot of play skill in that fight.
นั่นฟุกจริงๆใช่ไหมคะเพราะว่าเราโชว์สกิลเพลย์ของเราหนักมากในช็อตนั้น
ใช่ครับ
Okay. After this match, I am pretty sure that you and your team being a target from other region. So how you gonna deal with it?
คิดว่าตอนนี้ทีม STE น่าจะเป็นเป้าหมายของหลายๆทีมแล้วเราจะจัดการยังไงกับสถานการณ์นี้
คุยด้วยปืนครับ
Wow!
with the skill play or the weapon.
Okay, I like that confidence. So we have to watch that after this match, he can do it or not. Okay, so are you ready for the next match?
พร้อมไหมคะสำหรับเกมหน้า
พร้อมครับ
If you're ready, are you guys ready? If you're ready, back to you, Shoutcaster.
That's the look of confidence right there.
Are you
Just
kidding
so,
me?
So,
That was-
have you seen him? Like, could you imagine? Can you imagine being one of the players in the boots and you're dealing with somebody like him and he just has the straightest face on planet Earth, no matter what you do, exact same expression. That is the expression of somebody that is ready to ruin your life.
I mean, yeah, but and then he ruins your life. He also says that was just a lucky shot. Are you kidding me? Please, I would get pretty annoyed. I'm not gonna lie, but
again, he has a pretty high luck skill.
I mean, again, that's why I said like stalwart esports are just ruiners of hopes and dreams at this point, because you don't necessarily see them on this bombastic style play like RRQ, like Reverse Red. They're just very quiet. They just kind of sneak up at you from behind the back like snakes in the grass, and just suddenly say, "Oh, surprise! I'm here." Booyah, who? Yours? No, mine. My Booyah. Let's have a look at the MVP here, and I'm really curious to see who exactly did the most impact in that particular match. Now, coming into Stalwart Esports, yesterday Carmel was the one to do that, but this time it stopped, and I'm not surprised. Stop was stopping so many different people from being able to hit the ground and help their teammates. He just swatted like 2-3 players in the middle of being revived. I don't know about you, but I'd be pretty annoyed.
I am pretty sure anyone would be annoyed to have somebody stop them from just playing the game, because like that's what he did, right? He literally said, and it's basically Stop's job. I feel like Stop is such a great player in the way that he's always able to help set up for the team. Like he's always there to ensure that he's there with the cover, he's there with the knockdowns to save his teammates. Like he's always there. And I've never seen a game where I've never seen him be low impact. But then again, let's be realistic. Like when have we really seen this team in general be low impact? Just ST East,
They're just so good.
They're so good.
I love their 2 fragger, 2 support style play. I love the fact that they put A1, they have 3 A124s in their team, which means there's a lot of times they can stop the enemy abilities from being deployed. They can stop the shields from coming through as well, which makes it so hard to deal with them, because at the end of the day, right, you can only rely on your raw aim, and then you can't do anything else. Dealing with them, literally his name is stop, it means stop right there. No abilities, nothing, you can't aim to us because we're gonna jump in your face and immediately just swarm you, and you can't do anything about it.
And I kind of, something that I don't think anyone's really talked about as well is the fact that, like, if you're running A124 and you do go in and you're preventing people from using their skills, you're essentially saying that I am the better player mechanically than you. I will beat you.
I mean, you're forcing them. You're forcing them into just raw aim, an aim duel per se. It's all about I would say, the positioning. It's all about making sure that you're able to isolate these fights. But the thing about STE is that they're very similar in terms of style of play, in terms of their positioning. They don't allow themselves to be isolated. They don't allow these 1v1s to happen. I mean, yes, they're still proficient at dealing with 1v1s, but they understand that in terms of 1v1s, perhaps the Indonesian teams are a little bit up there, but they're not leaving anything up to chance. Now, key players right now, 2 of them are going to be from Reverse Red and Onyx as well up here. Now, it's always very fun to see new players and new teams come up here, but from yesterday till today, Dew, Diamond, and Nameless have been in the key players screen, I don't know, for 4 or 5 different matches. And now seeing a fresh face up here, it makes me very happy to see that the new players, or at least the new group, is stepping up to the plate.
And it's Onyx as well. This is a team that I kind of highlighted, right? In Group C.
Yes,
who else aside from Bermuda United?
I'll give you that credit. Go ahead, Demi.
Okay, no, I don't need the credit, okay. But I do think, like, Onyx, they have the potential to match RRQ and maybe in some cases even be better than the team. But like I said, right, certain things need to align for Onyx to have those games where they play at 110%. And in particular, this round, we kind of saw it here. We really did.
It's so different, right?
Yes,
I mean, game
so
1
different.
and game 2 is so different. Game 1, I was just so shocked. I was like, okay, this is a very, very passive team. Why are they not taking up space? Why are they hiding in the corner of the circle? Now, game 2, suddenly, it's as though they woke up, as though their engines are just warmed up and like, okay, let's go. Let's go in guns blazing. And they came up at the very top. And speaking of that, we're coming up at top 28 points. Going to be taken away by Stalwart Esports, followed by Reverse Red. Now, Reverse Red, right, is like one of those teams that, okay, we don't get a booyah, that's fine, but we're still going to be able to consistently farm these points. They've put themselves so far ahead, and in every game you're gonna go home with like over 20 points. It's gonna be so difficult. Meanwhile, you look at Heavy. Yes, I highlighted them a lot yesterday because they are teams that are very consistent. And even earlier today, they did all right. And now suddenly they're at the very bottom. It's just one of those unlucky situations because they're not prepared to deal with a team like Todak. Yes, Todak didn't have like a pop-off match, but I think their start is pretty good, and it puts like I think an expectation of what firepower they bring to the table if they're able to take these early fights, especially against a team like Heavy.
Yeah. Speaking of the teams, though, look at our overall standings after 2 matches. So Reverse Red going to be staying in first place here with 149 points, followed by Stalwart Esports, who are able to overtake RRQ and sit on 131 points after securing those 28 points from round number 2. Now, RRQ, unfortunately, they did have a pretty bad round in that second game, so they did sort of push them down into third place with 119 points. Now, the thing is, nobody is really contesting for that third place as of yet. C-Triple-G is not playing today. They don't really have to worry about them. Heavy, really hot and cold team, unfortunately. I would love it if Heavy could sort of figure out what the issue is. Like, what is it that's making them such a hot and cold team? How do they stabilize and stay warm? And then once you figure out how to stay warm, how do you stay hot?
I think it's not really a hot and cold problem. I think at this point it's just the aggression coming through and they're not able to really deal with the onslaught coming up forward, because it feels like it feels like every time, like, yeah, we talk about like teams who are waiting in the shadows to play that third-party game. You want to see more of those coming forward, but let's talk about that a lot more later, because we are going for a quick break. When we come back, more Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples?
What is up, survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. Week one, day 2. There we go. Oh gosh, there is so many games that are coming up, and we've already had 2 days. Today's the second day. Yesterday was the first day. My coffee's still kicking in, but we already had 2 really, really great games, and I think we did have, some of us that watched yesterday's games, we had expectations for who should do well today, who shouldn't do well, who could potentially be a dark horse. And so far, it is basically the top teams delivering, but it's not the top team that we all expected, which was Reverse Red. We thought Reverse Red were going to dominate all the games, get all the booyahs again, basically starve the competition of points. But that hasn't been the case. Yes, they're still getting points, but they are actually being chased down by their top 2 teams, right? So it is Stalwart Esports and RRQ. These 2 teams are hungry to stay on top of the leaderboard as well. Can they get top 1? Maybe. It's going to be a tough battle. No one's been able to shut down Reverse Red, but they are keeping up. How much longer can these teams keep up? Because there's only so much you can do if you're just trying to keep up with the competition. You have to eventually overtake if you want to get that first place.
I think it's really exciting when you look at all of these teams today because yes, I talked about Reverse Red and how they didn't feel like they needed to change their style of play. Okay, great, they're still going forward, but it feels like today they're getting punished for it. And that's exactly what you wanted to see when it comes to these situations. When you are able to punish a team that's been excelling yesterday and you make sure that your team is able to adjust to their style of play, this is what I wanted to see. You saw it happen from RRQ, you saw it happen from PE, you saw it happen, even Todak, I think, was very, very prepared for the onslaught that's happening from Reverse Red. Regardless, Reverse Red is still, regardless of whether or not they're able to get those booyah, is besides the point because they are a team that's consistent 2 maps and they're still able to bring in so many points, 149, so far ahead of the rest of the herds. I think FFWS Esports as well has really showed us that they are a team that's not to be reckoned with. Quiet yesterday, but today still the same, but doesn't have to start with a bang because they know how exactly to position themselves. They know how exactly to play in terms of when to take a fight and when not to take a fight. So kudos to them for that. Now we're going to a whole new different map, Alpine. So Alpine is a lot more bigger. It has a lot more different, I would say, different terrains. And I think it's those situations that maybe perhaps some teams might be changing up the ways of their play or their comps. Maybe from 3 rushers to maybe to maybe only 1 or maybe 2 fraggers to maybe 2 supports. Who knows, right? Because it's such a big, vast map.
Yeah. Now, speaking of Alpine, because this is going to be our next map for the day. So yesterday, guess who won on Alpine? It's definitely a team that doesn't start with R and, is kind of on top of the leaderboard. This is actually going to put a lot of pressure on some of the other teams because they've already proven that they actually dominated in yesterday's game. And when I say dominated, I'm not saying they just got a booyah. They got a booyah and 23 eliminations, 23 kills, 23 heads on the cutting block. That is absolutely terrifying. So the question here is anyone going to be able to match Reverse Red on Alpine? Counting down for this title. Yeah. I heard the call and that was it. I was like, wait.
Honestly, I think the call to challenge Reverse Red is definitely here today. A lot of teams have managed to really work around their style of play. They are starting to understand how their rotations work, and they understand that Reverse Red likes to start fights. So how exactly can we position ourselves to greet our very, very aggressive opponents? Now coming into this map.
Alternatively, Tash, aside greeting them, you could probably do your absolute best to stay away from them. I think that's another strategy that we've seen some teams employ this. they see somebody that might be in their drop zone that likes to drop there as well, and they don't feel that they're comfortable dealing with them, so they'll actually go on the other side of the map and do whatever they can to dodge them. So that is something to consider. But looking at where these teams are currently dropping, we are looking at WAG and Todak to potentially contest for the exact same drop zone. Aside from that, we could be seeing some skirmishes toward the top side, but it's mainly towards WAG and Todak where we could be seeing a little bit of action here.
Central circle as well means that it's not going to be too complicated. I see that for PE. They're already dropping down and immediately hitting the ground running. Very, very aggressive team. Todak and WAG side by side. WAG has not had a good 2 maps previously. They were one of the teams that were just knocked out so very early. Fikri looks like he's really thinking about Dolphin, already chunking up quite a bit of damage. Regardless, the rest of the other members of the rest of the teams haven't really been there to really take this fight. So it's just small little pickups and skirmishes, and now looks like it's going to turn into a big field fight. Krillin from one side, just really trying to go for those pickoffs. 2 dashes used just to really give himself a little bit of space, but Dolphin gets knocked down quickly but surely. Todak is just getting those really high impact weapons that it's so hard for WAG to really contest this. Despite Dolphin already going down, I think that maybe Cyrus or even Krillin or the Ghost even can already think about moving away to a different area if they need to go for that instant revive, but they're not thinking about it quite yet. They're thinking about holding on to this area and getting the loot, and they are punished. Zen, the veteran from Todak, just so huge with that first pick. Traps, again, not entirely trap per se, takes up a lot of damage, and so does Raja, but look at who's on the other side, just spying on it. It's going to be Onyx. Zen, that's the second one. Cyrus gone down, immediately eliminated. Todak going to be very happy. This is a good start. 3 eliminations in the back. Still one more member to worry about
Onyx
from WAG, but now Onyx is here, because as I said before, one scout for Onyx has been waiting, and they're just waiting for the right time to just come in and just sweep them as Gardu finds traps, and Bonds so happily going to say, okay, take that space. We're okay. Let me just quietly go for that revive. I don't want anything about this. And I just realized as well that the change for PE's lineup, Don't Cry, is out and Ban is in.
Interesting. All right, so they have gone for that player change. Let's see if this works out for them in the meantime. But already we are seeing WAG eliminated from the competition. I'm going to be very upset with this because that means the team is going to be ending with almost... I don't think they actually scored any points, unfortunately, for WAG. The team just got completely shut down by Todak. In the meantime, though, we do have Heavy on top of the building here. Hard to be hanging on for the team, but they are trying to buy some time here. This is not a fight that they want to be dealing with if possible, but Homebois is not making this easy at all. Trying to do their absolute best to try and play with them with the rooftop, playing up and down all around. Heavy, though, staying on top. Kabi actually down, and Homebois going to be retreating onto the low ground. So Kabi should be picked up. Jonah, though, coming in around for the team.
What a
Maybe
shot!
Even just leaving it.
Oh my god!
Oh gosh. All right, so I guess they're going to be leaving Kabi and Tan behind. Jonah is going to try and have to find that revival point, but Heavy... we literally spoke about this team right before the round started. Like, what does Heavy need to do to just somehow remain consistent? Because consistency is just not something that comes up with Heavy if you think of these two things.
I think that momentum and tempo is just not on their side. They want to play a slower style gameplay. They want to try and take these fights toward the mid side of the game, but they're just not allowed to. And in this situation, when you are just forced, when you're against so many of these Thai teams that just love this aggressive style play, you're gonna have to match the momentum, like it or not. You got to change up your game plan. Yes, you want to be left alone, but again, it's a battle royale. Maps for this particular first 3 maps aren't the largest, unlike Kalahari or even Nextterra. You are most likely going to meet someone very, very early. Third party, I think Onyx has been doing such a great showcase of display when it comes to when is the right time to go in for third parties. You have one player from Onyx just waiting for the right words. You hear that the sounds of the gunfire gets a little bit more quiet, like, okay, come in now. Don't let them reset, don't let them loot. And that's exactly what they did, and WAG paid very dearly for it. Todak surprisingly had one player left behind, so Todak was actually going in that fight against WAG with not the full squad and still coming up on top because Zed was able to get 2 picks so quickly.
All right, so status update for some of these teams here. So Buriram, unfortunately, yet again, is going to be playing a really quiet game, although I'm actually running into Heavy here. Puna actually getting a couple of pot shots in. No knockdown as of yet, but they should be able to get this one easy peasy, no problem. Tan just coming back into this game, is now out of the game again. Jonah does get the revive off, but man, this is just not a game for Heavy, unfortunately. Even though Jonah's getting these revives off, the team cannot lose. If they can't get their macro going, they're just going to have a really tough time moving on in this match. Attack all round, though, going to be running into another team, and they're going to try and do their best here. It's up against Onyx as well. So Onyx, this is a team that has been ramping up after game number 2, and so far Attack all round is just being overwhelmed. Poongong in the backlines, but not really able to do much for the team here. Follicky doing his absolute best, though, but Onyx continuing to push in. So far, Attack all round, they can't repel this at all, and Poongong, he's actually using the opportunity to potentially even coming for those snipes. We are using a couple of knockdowns here, and maybe this is the play. Maybe they've stabilized. Attack all round. Toon God, Jump God. Maybe it's the game of gods. Is it going to be enough though? No, Jump God actually just got revived. So they've only got one player that's got absolutely nothing on him to potentially bring the whole team back. Oh my goodness. Super unfortunate, but thankfully they still have one player in this match.
There was an interview with Attack All Around a few weeks ago, I think, where Attack All Around claims that their new player brings them a whole new level of firepower. But unfortunately, despite these claims, I haven't been able to see quite a little. I'm looking forward to see that actually happen. Sming doing a great job just bombarding Dewa United with so much damage. What a shot by Sming. Just straight out taking out Exam 13 as well. MRO5 just quickly trying to get in and answering the cover fire. Sming barely, no one actually got hit at all. Carmel does find Zen out of nowhere on the right side, but coming back to reverse red, it's so hard for Dewa United to even get into the circle. And even though the members of Reverse Red are outside of the circle, they're very happy to just sit here, camp, and just deny them entry into the area. Diamond all alone in a 1 versus 2, MRO5 with him. Now Diamond is just so unafraid because he knows that his long-range teammates are going to be able to give him the cover fire. As well as information. Now moving our attention to Puna from Muram United. Jump shots come forward. Faiz nearly gets shot down. Faiz so quick with that. And he immediately chucks down Blue Wall, and he goes down alongside with it, and Muram United gonna be happy with another victim added to their list of eliminations.
Ram fans are going to be excited for this team as they are starting to pick up in that aggression. Speaking of aggression though, Reverse Red going to be losing Diamond in that fight. Unfortunately, going to be a very sad occurrence for this team, and it looks like Posey also going to be going down, just down to Sming and Nameless. Are they going to be able to turn this around, or are they going to have to try and go for a contingency plan, send someone away and try and buy time as they get those revives up? So far though, Sming and Nameless not doing too bad for themselves, fighting in that blue zone. This is very dangerous as well, because if their health bars get a little bit too low, they might be taken out by that blue zone. But looks like for now the team has stabilized, and they will actually have a revive point to work with if they want to use that. Otherwise there is a vending machine, but I don't think they actually have the money to get the revive off. In the meantime though, it looks like Diwa going to be eliminated here in 11th place. Unfortunate for the team. We are starting to see these players slowly lose, these teams slowly drop out of the competition here.
I'm seeing a bit of adjustment by Reverse Red. Usually where I would see them is toward the middle side of the circle, where they're very, very safe and just take just take away and hold on to these areas to go for targets. But this time around, I noticed in the last 2 maps, they've been playing toward the outer side of the circle. Not only are they trying to gatekeep, but they're trying to use the damage from the zone to really chunk down the damage and allow them to pick up those eliminations. And I think that's massive for them and a good change of pace, because they're understanding that they cannot really take these fights. Now, speaking of Attack All Around, as I mentioned earlier, they're going down. RRQ, the next gatekeeper, they have to fight with STE actually to get to the circle. I think STE will be more than happy to take these fights. RRQ's other 3 members are already inside of the zone, so it's only Legolas they have to really worry about. And even if he does go down, it's still very, very early in the game. They can still go for that revive. I think they also have money for either the vending machine or the revive zones. But for PE this time around, they're very, very happy to just contest this Arsenal area, pick up whatever they need, and go in a little bit later. But I always like to mention that STE this time was so quick to take the fight against RRQ. We were just mentioning that earlier, and they're just saying, okay, that's fine. We're inside the circle. You're not going to stop us. In fact, instead of stopping us, why don't you just give your lives to us as elimination points? Carmel very, very quick on that.
Razor's out.
2 in the back. Razor running for his life. As mentioned earlier, Razor has always been that one member for RRQ. Is quick to get away, quick to go in for those revives, stopping everything from going good for RRQ right now. Stop just going in with a charge buster, breaking every single glue wall, and immediately a nice melee to just not eliminate, but to just end the team as Razor runs away.
Hang on.
Hold on. Yes,
Onyx is coming into the picture here, Tash. So it might not end here. The fight may continue. And Onyx is inside the blue zone as well, so now the pressure is on STE to actually get through the Indonesians here.
It is a
Razor!
Oh my god,
cut down.
Razor got cut down, and that is exactly what we saw yesterday as well. Razor was always going to be the last man standing. He's going to run away and go for that revive, but that's the risk, right? You're only one person who's very low, no teammates to cover you, not exactly going to have all the util as well. So it is very easy to get those pickoffs, and it's just an unfortunate situation. Again, high risk, high reward play, but this time around, no rewards given to RRQ. Now, for STE, a team that I would say this is insanely ballsy of them just now, because not only were they not in the blue zone, RRQ had advantage in terms of positioning. They had to fight RRQ to get inside of the circle, but STE, instead of like moving away or finding a different way in, they ran straight for RRQ and took that fight. In fact, they looked at them just like moving targets, like, oh my gosh, look at that, 3 points for us, and they are so confident they would win.
And we do have a headshot leaders in the game here. At the top, we do have Jump God on the side of Attack all around, sitting on those 5 eliminations. In second place, we have Gardu from Onyx. For third place, Wasana with 3 elims. Zen in fourth place. Man, this game is actually going to be really spicy here, Tash. We're still sitting on 7 teams, 27 players still in the game. And we are also looking at still a lot of our top dogs in the competition. It looks like Attack all around is going to have to deal with Esports here. They're playing around that one single compound, one sniper in the back lines. But look at this though, Attack all around already losing 3 players. It's just going to be down to Poongod. And I mean, 1 versus 4. This is not an ideal situation at all. It would be a miracle for him to somehow turn this around.
Wait, that's a good reposition.
Is that a good reposition? Attack all round is out of the fight here, but STE, they're coming into the fight here. This is such a crazy one. PE Sports looking for the contest here up against Stalwart Esports.
Oh, what a shot.
Ban, last player left for PE Sports. What a turnaround. This is not what you're looking for if you're PE Sports. I mean, Barn, he is safe, he's sound, but the most scary thing is he's all alone and there are so many teams around him. It is going to be so crazy if he can somehow get to any kind of revive point, either a revive zone or a vending machine to even get anyone back. This is a really horrible late game situation for the team, unfortunately.
Oh,
Todak.
So unlucky. The Todak also going out here. Bermuda United still very much alive. Now, the team that I think has the best positioning right now is going to be Bermuda United. So quick to take the compound, but hold that thought because Stalwart Esports is not done quite yet. Immediately, they found the other members of PE and they're just going to say, okay, let's just quickly end this now and take them down. PE immediately going to be eliminated. The last final 2 members left out. They're going to immediately just quickly go for those heals when they can. A good little reset. And they're still very, very safe despite the blue zone chucking a lot of damage. That Portal Go just giving them a lot of space. And I would say it's very aggressive Portal as well because they don't have a lot of info of who's going to be there. HEV fighting for their lives. Look at all those nades and utility just thrown their way. Going to have to go for that reset. Kabi just waiting, just making sure that he's going to be able to move in with his teammates. Stalwart Esports, regardless of having a player named Stop. Stop is not in their vocabulary. But they're going to let HEV take up a little bit more space around because I think the ideal placing for them right now is trying to take this cover behind these rocks. Tan, nice shot. Move forward. They've been marking this area, but no one is going to just pop their heads up quickly. Karma was so quick to put that wall up here, which means it's really good because at least they know they're not going to be chunked down so quickly. Grenade launchers just dropping all on top of these players. On the other side, all Keepa does go down, but the other members of Stalwart Esports surprisingly getting forward and taking out space, barely taking damage. Tan in trouble. His long-range weapon will not do any favors with him so very closely. Caramel trying to put in that damage so very quickly, and so is Stop. Look at where Dio has positioned himself so far away, going in for that flank. I'm not sure if HEV is aware that he's over there. Tan now would have spotted him out, and Millie Kabi just shot from behind as well. And like a sandwich, HEV will be surrounded from 2 different sides. Dio had already positioned himself, and one member found round, and Heavy goes down. A good round, but 3rd place for them.
And in the meantime, we are seeing a different fight on the other side of the map. And actually, Onyx is being eliminated by Broram, meaning it's going to be Stalwart versus Broram in this late game situation, looking to get a booyah. And both of these teams are sitting on Goliath kill streaks. 19 eliminations here for Stalwart. This is a team that wants to be up there. They want to sit on top. Can
4 versus 4.
They do it though? It's 4 versus 4. It's really going to come down to skill, the tactics. How do they go into this final game because look at the center. It is completely open. You have some cover on the edge. We do see some players
look at
rushing.
Saifa.
Moshi actually been jumping in by Caramel, and actually Moshi is going to be pulled into the other side, saved by his teammate. Program still sitting on 4 players. 1 knockdown though. Puna is going to have to be picked up in the meantime though. Wasana trying to go for a backstab. Won't be able to get it. Able to escape in the meantime. Both teams still sitting on their full rosters.
Despite the sounds, no one is actually getting chunked out so very quickly. Regardless, Wasana was just so quick with those jumps. A quick reposition forward. He knows where exactly the member of STE was. A quick jump shot forward. And quickly, Dew is just running for his life. Gets knocked down. Dew knocked down one more time. Buriram United making it work. And Buriram United showing us the fire they brought to the Free Fire World Series last year.
Buriram finally securing a booyah. Got to be so happy with this as well. This is what they've been looking for. They've been wanting to put themselves on that leaderboard, and they finally will with a massive amount of points. Although I have to say though, I'm not quite sure if they've scored enough to sit at the very top, because we saw a lot of those elimination points being hogged by the majority of the teams at the top of this round. So for Buriram, they're going to be able to make a significant mark on that leaderboard, but I'm curious to know how high they can climb, because remember folks, this is their first day of games. Teams in Group B, remember, Buriram is in Group C. Teams in Group B have played 2 sets of 2 days of games. 6 from yesterday, and now they played 3 games. How high can Buriram climb after just playing 3 games? I really wonder.
Honestly, I think this is a good statement for them, a good start for them as well. Because yes, I mean, we saw their presence in map number 1 and 2, and I think that for map 1 and 2, it's a little bit more quiet. They're just trying to get a feel of what's happening in the game. And game number 3 was immediately they knew exactly what style of gameplay they want, what kind of like comp they wanted to play with. And I think it's really good. They managed to survive with all the players around, and despite them not having the loudest or more bombastic styles of play like reverse red, they are a team that still managed to not only get these long range picks, they're managing to pick off players as they try to go in for that revive, and most importantly, they understand when it's the most important for them to get these fights toward the middle to the late game. Why? Because everyone will be chunked down by the blue zone damage. Everyone will be trying to get into the circle, and how they've been playing has been massive because they were so quick to the middle of the circle. The compound was already in their hands. They didn't want to let it go at all, and a lot of situations we saw all the other members that were around had to push to them because they already had compound advantage. They can pretty much dictate where exactly everyone was gonna go. And honestly, I think that communication was key here because we saw their member was able to go for that nice little flag to really sandwich the teams from 2 different areas and win out the fight.
Fantastic play from Buriram. Really excited to see this team just finally come out and say, guys, we're here to play. We're not messing around.
Guys, we came in 2nd place in the Free Fire World Series last year. Hello, day number 2, but you know what? That doesn't stop us. I think it's great.
Doesn't stop. Look, I don't think they're in any rush because they have so many play days of games as well.
And tomorrow
right?
as well. On top of that, I think that yesterday, Group A wasn't really that scary as well. I think what they've been really gunning for today, honestly, if you think about it, because they had, of course, coming from day number, they weren't playing for day number 1. Of course, they've done a WOD reviews. Of course, they've already figured out where exactly the drop spots are going to be, and most importantly, they've already figured out which teams they have to look out for. With aggressive ones, they have to worry about Onyx. They have to worry about Reverse Red. They have to worry about Stalwart Esports. And I think that from the last 2-3 maps, it's rare that we saw Buriram United actually run into these high aggressive teams. They've been very, very smart with their rotations.
Smart with their rotations, and it just seems to be the play style for the team, right? Like they aren't as aggressive as our most aggressive teams in the group, but they know when to pick their fights. They're much more careful and very selective with when and where they want to try and fight their opponents. So Buriram, I think this is a team you still got to look out for. They're not messing around. They are still definitely there. They just needed 2 games to warm up. I think that's what's happened. They needed those 2 games
even
to warm
if
up.
it's just a warm-up, they still managed to bring in points. It wasn't I would say, a warm-up like, oh, okay, let's just go into the game. Let's just have like 2-3 points. No, it was still, like I say, a measure of what they can bring to the table. I think what's also really exciting about them was the fact that Wasana just now made so much noise. They were just trying to like becoming the distraction as his team just goes in for that reposition. I think that's so great because if you get too close to Wasana, you're gonna get blown up because he does have the double barrel. But let's see what these teams have to say with that interview happening right about now.
have but Buriram has Wasana อินไทยใครไม่มีบุรีรัมย์มีวาสนาค่ะ Okay วาสนา Are you fun that you play hide and seek with Diu last game
สนุกไหมคะที่เมื่อกี้เราเล่นซ่อนหากับดิว
สนุกครับก็มันเป็นลิงไงมันวิ่งไล่จับผม
It's quite fun because he's a monkey so I let him chase for me
Okay so if according to Wasana style of play mostly you always be the one who charges first but at that time you waiting for Diu why
ปกติแล้วเวลาเราเล่นอะอย่างวาสนาจะเป็นคนที่ชาร์จก่อนแต่ทำไมรอบเมื่อกี้ถึงปล่อยให้ดิวแบบไล่หาเราคะ
ก็เมื่อกี้เพื่อนก็ยื้อรอเพื่อนครับเพื่อนแบบยิงอยู่อีกฝั่งหนึ่งก็นั่นแหละก็ยื้อกับมันถ้ามันไม่ได้ยิงก็ทีมก็เล่นสบายครับ
He said that I am trying to buy the time for my team to take charge with other player from SPE Yeah if Diu cannot play then my team will be free to play
It looks like that two is better than one right
Yeah
Okay so I heard that you are a very cute guy top of the cutest player in Thai League okay that have a lot of cute gesture Do you have one for your fans
บอกว่าวาสนาเป็นผู้เล่นที่แบบว่าคิ้วกายของประเทศไทยจะชอบมีมีมน่ารักมาแชร์ก็เลยถามว่าอยากมีอะไรฝากให้แฟนๆไหมคะ
นี่ครับฝากมาเลย
เฮ้ยอ๋อ Okay as first I shop you know and okay it's come out like this so the mini hard one for your fan
เป็นเมื่อกี้เป็นมินิฮาร์ทใช่ไหมคะ
ใช่ครับ
Okay ค่ะ but I'm sure that for his opponent he will not be that cute
สำหรับคู่แข่งเราคงไม่น่ารักอย่างนี้ใส่ถูกไหม
ใช่ยิงหมดเลย
Okay are you ready to battle inside
พร้อมยังคะจะเข้าสู่เกมต่อไป
ชิวๆครับ
Okay so if you shoot like this so let's go back to Shoutcaster
And there we have it, Buriram securing their first booyah for their first play day here at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. Now, folks, we are halfway through the day. We've completed our first 3 games. Yes, already! And we've got 3 more to go. And one of them, the last map. I'm still so excited because I always love the last map. The random map is getting closer and closer. That last map is a storyline in itself, okay? That is a book, that's a movie. Once you find out what that map is, it's like, oh my gosh, this is going to happen because this team is good on this map and this team is terrible on this map and they need this many points. And I love that last map. It's still 2 games away, but my friends, my guys, I want that last map to come faster.
Me too, but honestly, again, like I told Avi yesterday, I love going El Clasico, I love going Bermuda, a map where everyone is very, very familiar. And again, when you get like the same early map, when teams haven't played yet, right? Like the teams from Group C hasn't played yet, they are giving a second chance and can really gauge what kind of power we can see as well. Regardless, coming into today, I think I'm really happy with what I'm seeing, given the fact that Reverse Red is being challenged. They're not really allowed to just run around and just get free booyahs like they were doing yesterday. I think everyone has done their homework, everyone has done their bot reviews and really seen what exactly to expect when they go against a team like Reverse Red. They're being punished, they're actively being punished, they're not even able to go in toward the last few circles with their full squad. Not saying that I'm not a big fan of them, I love seeing them play, but it's also really exciting to see other teams really step up to the plate. And I also am really curious to see who exactly is going to be the MVP, because for Buriram United, as much as they're doing very well in the last 2 maps, they weren't really a team that I would like to see a little bit more on the observer feed, because there's a lot more bigger fights happening elsewhere, and Wasana is going to get the MVP. Now with Tatsuya, it allows him for that close to mid-range fights, which is what we saw exactly there. And I think that I think he deserves MVP because he's always not only just the front line, but also the player that's not only just taking up the space, but also a a player that's just making up so much ruckus, so much noise that his team's able to just come in from so many different areas, giving so much opportunity for players like Sky, like Funa, like Moshi to really take advantage of the situation. With Moshi, with Homer, means that they can already kind of like scout out one of the players that are very close by. Is number one. Number two, the slow coming from Homer as well will do wonders for the team because it doesn't allow for a quick reposition as well.
Actually, Tatsuya is such a classic as well for the team because we saw this last year at Worlds. So many teams are running Tatsuya, and it was just because of the fact that you can reposition. Sometimes that dash, it's do or die. It helps you get into position to get that potential headshot, to get out of in a position where you might have just been a little bit too close to somebody that you didn't want to be fighting. Like just the fact that they're able to just capitalize on Tatsuya, it's such a fantastic choice for this team. And I'm kind of hoping if teams, since Tatsuya is such a pivotal character for a lot of these teams, like I think you kind of have to consider like, do you actually go back and just say let's shut down the Tatsuya, let's prevent these players from actually using these abilities. Now in the meantime though, elimination leaders, we're going to be starting off with Stop for STE. 7 eliminations for this matchup, followed by Garu from Onyx for second place. Key players though for the round, we've got Do, Jump God, Stop, and Do again. And I'm not surprised because Do was a massive player at Free Fire Worlds last year as well, getting both damage and knockdowns for the round. Stop, his teammate though, is going to be hogging eliminations. And thankfully we do have another player from a different team here. We've got Jump God here with the 5 headshots.
Honestly, super exciting as well. Now, coming back to your point about Tatsuya, I agree. I think that's the reason why everyone's running A124 as well.
Exactly.
To really just disable that. But even then, like, I think some teams are running 3 Tatsuyas and 1 A124. I've seen, like, people running 2 Tatsuya, 1 A124, and 1 Homer, I believe.
Yeah.
So it's still something that's... It's still inevitable, but because of I think the shockwave that can happen, I mean, yeah, all Tatsuyas can come down, but end of the day, right, I think Tatsuya or not, the repositions that come through the jump shots and as well as the aggression coming forward can also overcome those leads for abilities as well. Now STE now with 28 points, I believe this is the highest we've seen, unless of course we hit 30 plus yesterday. For some reason, forgive me, I don't have the best memory. Now, regardless of whether or not Stalwart Esports managed to get that booyah is irrelevant because rank 9, which is second place, gives them 19 eliminations and 28 points ahead of Buriram United. And honestly, this is honestly a statement as well that the key to getting all those points is going to be the aggressive gameplay because STE, Reverse Red, as well as I believe RRQ and Dewa United are teams that prefer playing for elimination points first over placement points. Very, very different than what we see from Buriram United. I think Buriram United also needs to be very aware of this. Yes, it's still not, I would say, the worst a place to be in the world, playing it safe toward the mid to last game. I'm just saying that, you know, when there's a lot of other teams farming points and you're trying to still gun for that placement, perhaps it's time to really figure out if aggression, if you are playing a little bit too passive compared to the rest of the teams. Now, Stalwart Esports in the last 2 days, making themselves 3 booyahs. And I think if you look at HEV now taking up 4th place, overtaking CGGG, I think heavy one thing about them is I think I'll give yesterday's title at RRQ to them, which is no booyah, no problem. Because they're still heavy at 4th place with 93.
They're still hanging on, but I still got some reservations for this team. I'm a little bit worried about them. There's the fact that like they have great games and then they have games where you're just like, you side eye those games and you think like, was that heavy to actually play that round? I really would love to see the stability. Yes, they have great games. If they have that stability, I actually think this team can compete for top 3. But aside from that, let's talk about the next upcoming game because this is the one that always throws a lot of teams for a loop, and it's Kalahari.
I love Kalahari.
I love Kalahari. It is such a fun map. It's so different as well. The playstyle required to dominate Kalahari is so different. A lot of it comes to those long-range skirmishes. Positioning is so important. There's so many open fields as well, so macro becomes important. You need those blue walls. Grenades are important because you want to flush people out of those limited hiding spots. And also, the grapple! I love being able to play with the elevation. That's the one thing that also makes Kalahari so unique. Teams having to now not worry about what is around them, but what could potentially be above and below them.
Yeah, I think that's always very fun. It's always going to be exciting, but let's have a see what to expect in Kalahari.
Alrighty, folks, we are here for Kalahari game number 4 for teams in Group B versus C. Where is everyone going to plant themselves for this game? Because remember, folks, Kalahari, very large map. We don't typically see teams playing for a lot of these outer drop points. It's mostly in the center, but we are potentially going to be seeing Reverse Red competing up against Esports for that little corner in the very left-hand corner of the map. Aside from that, they're not really seeing any other teams trying to go for any hot drops. It's mostly just going to be Reverse Red and Esports. Buram, they're going to be aiming to go for a bottom right drop zone there, and it looks like we are seeing a lot of players on the side of Reverse Red being eliminated there by Esports. Nero getting another knockdown, this time onto Posey. I would really like to see this, and Esports, LPT is down, but if we just take a look at the kill feed though, so far things are looking pretty good here for the team. Reverse Red heavily wounded just starting off this fight, and Esports lost nobody in this fight, and Sming actually being caught out there by Krillin potentially on the side of WAG. Nero and Bard looking to go for the chase. If Reverse Red go down here, this could be massive. That first place left wide open for these top 3 teams to potentially swipe it away and close that gap between Reverse Red and their opponents. And so far, Nero does get dropped down. Barn gonna have to try and come in to save his teammate, but I think it's happened. 12th place, Reverse Red only ending the round with a single elimination to their name. All of a sudden, the door is wide open for these teams to potentially steal that spot away if they're able to secure all of those points. What a fight that happened at the beginning of Kalahari. I said I loved Kalahari, but I didn't expect it to be this exciting. Oh my goodness. We've switched on over here to Todak's perspective. They are going to be jumped on here by Diwa Trap, spotting them out on the high ground so far on the sub so far. Thinking whether or not he wants to stick around here. Is going to go and pick up that drop there and is going to stay, just spot things out for the team. It looks like the team is going to try and get into position. Where do they want to go? How are they going to engage into Diwa here? They still have Trap spotting things out, and so far Legomoth on the other side for RRQ trying to shut down Nero on the side of Esports, and looks like his teammate will be coming in from the other side. They do finally drop him, so we will be seeing a elimination going in the way of RRQ, and it looks like Nero will be picked up by his teammate though, so even though he got picked off, they now know where RRQ will be on this map. Although on the other side though, Diwa are going to be engaged on yet again by Todak. This team is relentless, getting 2 knockdowns and also 2 eliminations in the process as well. This team is just so bloodthirsty coming into Kalahari, and remember folks, this is one of the maps that Todak really loves to play. Kalahari is one of the best places for this team, and Onyx going to be going for the engagement here this time onto Homebois. They do get the knockdown so far onto Mercy, and the elimination outside though. Kiba going to be caught out by Jembal.
Jembal's low
on the ground. Jambal is stuck behind all these blue walls. He can't get out of this quite easily. There are too many people around and tries to go for that. Will hide around the corner. Is going to try and hide in the compound as well. What a crazy early game so far.
I think he knows Faiz is on top. He marked Faiz immediately, jumps down, and I think this is really exciting. I mean, from the get-go, these teams are very aggressive. Like, I wasn't expecting this to happen.
Reverse Red. They're out of the game.
That's just very quick.
Out of the game. Now everything is wide open for everyone else to get these points. I still can't believe we're watching this match.
Me neither. I think this is amazing because coming up forward, not only are they so quick on everything, is the fact that every single team is bringing aggression to the table. Now, I told Avi yesterday. Yeah, I think it was. I told Avi yesterday that this map is a little bit bigger. It's a little bit harder for everyone to play aggressive so very early because it's such a big map. But I was just proven wrong yesterday and today because this area where they're in right now has so many different compounds. Everyone's just fighting for this place because not only does it also have the vending machine, but it also has these aggressive players. Faiz, how long did he stay there? He was marked just now, and no one was still where he was there, and now he's in trouble. He's just running for his life. Will be punished. Took a little bit too long, and will be killed. Double kill for HEV. I think this is great for Heavy as well. They need to just come back down here and just carry back their points up forward. Now, for WAG this time, hasn't had a good day. Allen with 4 eliminations already in the back with the team. RRQ just jumping forward. He did not hear his footsteps coming through, and Razor picks another member, make it 2. Cyrus goes down, but thankfully Dolphin is able to be brought back into the game, and Krillin is just running for his life, going for a reposition to meet back with his teammates and hopefully bring a little bit more value. But speaking of value, I think Todak is looking for that value as well. A third party they've been waiting for.
This is terrible because they've actually walked right into the clutches of Todak, and now the thing is Dolphin just came back into the game. He's got no items. He is basically a free elimination here for Todak as well. And the fact that Krillin is actually going to be maybe picked up as well, this is terrible, Tash. This is actually the worst case scenario to be if you're trying to make a getaway as the last player on your team and you actually get surrounded.
Yeah, not the best situation to be in. Homebois, though, regardless of, I would say, a very, very predicament they were in just now. Already full squad back in the game. And I think it's great because they managed to find themselves a good compound to hold, to just really loot in. And I think what's great about Homebois right now is that they know when to press the brakes. They know, like, okay, we lost 3 players just now. Faiz really bought us a lot of time. They did some damage, revive him. Okay, come down here and let's just quickly reconvene, recollect everything, and then just slowly just make our way back into the game. Now, Stalwart Esports, this is very uncharacteristic in my opinion because they're very, very quiet early. Usually, them and Reverse Red are very, very quick on that early fights. I mean, Reverse Red a little bit more aggressive, obviously, but Stalwart Esports is always very opportunistic. They like to go for third-party fights. They're just waiting for the sounds of gunfire that go through. But this time around, I think they've positioned themselves in a way that, okay, this is a very big map. We don't really want to go to places that are a little bit too huge. Speaking of huge, Buram United UAV out, spots out the other members of Onyx. Now, Onyx was very aggressive just now. They managed to get a few elimination points. The question is, can they actually deal with the aggression coming in from Buram United? Wasana, this is a great high ground. One shot to the face, and Jack just stumbles down the hill. Jack and Jill no longer going for that well. Gardu as well, Funa. And because of that UAV, this is massive because they knew exactly where every single member was where Onyx was going to be. And Onyx was just either they were unaware or they weren't sure how quickly Buram United was going to swarm them.
It was so quick as well. They basically crippled Onyx at this point of time. So now Onyx have just got to figure out a way, how do we safely get these 2 revives up as well? Because the revive points on Kalahari, they are very spread out, and a lot of teams, especially on Kalahari, they actually love to protect the vending machines and the revive points because they realize, especially in Kalahari, how important these resources are. So we'll see if they're able to get those revives up. In the meantime, though, a tackle round going to be trying to go for and engage here onto Heavy. Now, this could go either way for these teams. We're seeing games where Heavy can be the aggressors themselves and can turn the fights around, and obviously vice versa. They can be the ones to be completely caught off guard. Let's see what happens here. A tackle round, they're going to play with the high ground.
Tackle round, this is massive. They are huge right now. A great opening point shot onto Heavy. Kabi coming from the bottom side. He's trying to be a snake in the grass. He's trying to make sure that he's going to clear the bottom side and then quickly make his way upwards. Showing up, hasn't moved quite yet. A great barrier just to make sure that he can put his a little bit of space between him and Karoro. Notices Karoro going down, cooks up that nade. Whether or not it's going to actually land, let's see if it actually does. 1 shot, 2 shot does actually get a knock onto one person, but Jump God actually shows why exactly it's called a Jump God. Takes one down, Moon God as well, outside Poki. Now, for this situation, Jump God gonna go quickly for that revive onto Karoro and quickly takes him out. But over on the other side, you can see Mercy as well from Homebois. Take one out, a nice little steal for that extra point in the bag as Karoro quickly going to reposition himself. And I think they're trying to put a little bit more space between them and Homebois. Homebois trying to be very opportunistic here, and Karoro playing the long-range fight, but it's going to be Mercy that gets knocked down first, and Jump God showing that, okay, you want a third party, yes, that's fine, but we'll show us our firepower. Fai is going in, very ballsy, all alone, no follow-up quite yet. Jump out playing closely with the blue zone, Valky eating damage, and so is Karoro. He's on the outside. Fai is already knocked down, already out of the game as well, eliminated. Now Pumka from the top side, he spots out Butterfly. Unfortunately, does not make the jump. Has to go around the circle, around the area. Unfortunately, Homebois will be eliminated at 9th place. So unlucky.
So unlucky, especially if you were the ones to be the aggressors. Homebois were the ones that were looking for a fight, and they sort of stuck their nose into a wasp's nest, hoping that it was just going to be a bit of a beehive, but that wasn't really the case for the team. So unfortunate. Now we are going to switch on over to Todak's point of view, because they were the elimination leaders for quite a while in this matchup. I'm not sure if they are still the elimination leaders. I think they are. So this is great news for Todak. Kalahari is one of their better maps, if not maybe a signature map for this team. Gary is hiding inside the submarine, possibly spotting out for the team, maybe deciding whether or not they even want to engage into this. Switching over to RRQ,
dang, I love that answer.
Providing the high ground support for their teammate. Their Lego Block actually going to go towards the low ground here. Maybe trying to spot out teams that are trying to get into the safe zone. But so far though, RRQ, if any teams come in this side, they will be sniped. And speaking of which, that's going to be Starwood Esports looking to try and get into the high ground here. Dutz is doing his best to try and snipe them down, but unfortunately too much protection for him to even get at Caramel.
Caramel already used, what, 2 of his glue walls, just trying to make sure that he can go forward. Now Razor's on the top side, finds himself alone, but thankfully Saifa is there. Dutz and Razor, Saifa in one area. Saifa has been one of the aggressors. Great reposition as well. Throws out that Ice Nade just to give a little bit of damage coming forward. A quick, just to flash out of the corners as well. Caramel goes down. Saifa comes up forward. A quick little jump fight from both areas. And both of them is going to fall down. Stop putting in the damage from so far away. And this is interesting. Stop. So very low. And the buy high finds him in the end. And Dew just running for his life. He understands that he is the only one who can bring the team back. And unfortunately, Stalwart Esports, for the first time, runs away with their tails between their legs.
Oh my gosh, what a backstab play. And there's even a good chance that they might not even be able to make it back into this game, and that's actually going to potentially be the case here. Stalwart Esports are out of the game. Buriram, though, going to be caught in the middle of a team fight up against WAG. Now, this is a fight they should win, but positioning-wise, this is not looking too good for the team. Going to be leaving Moshi behind and Puna. Gonna have to try and go for either a revive here or a vending machine. What is the play here for Buriram? Because with all this gunfighting, they've actually drawn in attack all round. This is a team that has been longing for these fights, looking for them. Jonah is nearby though, so looks like Buriram, they are slowly reuniting. But Tash, we could be looking at a 3-way battle here.
That's exciting, honestly. A 3-way battle is always very fun. The question is whether or not one team is just going to wait for the battle to come around and just snipe out that damage. And I think WAG, if they are feeling opportunistic, this could be the answer for them. They haven't had a good fight early. And speaking of that, look at the kill feed. There's just so many people getting knocked down. Todak was going against PE as well as attack all around, I believe. Sorry, Buriram United. Now, everyone just has to pick a fight here because WAG is currently the gatekeepers of the circle themselves. Kiroro on the top side, trying to throw in a little bit more damage. Jump God quickly playing the scout sort of play, and Onyx is currently out of the game. This is shocking, honestly, given the fact that they are very, very adept at survivability and team fights.
Absolutely. This was also one of the better maps here for Onyx. So to be actually dropping out in this map, this is going to be very unfortunate, very sad for the team as well. Todak, though, doing a fantastic job. Fikri just getting caught out by Puna there. Will get picked up by his team, though, thankfully. But this does mean that Buriram, they do have an angle to potentially pressure Todak on this low ground. And unless the circle actually comes in towards a better position here for Todak, they are going to be at the mercy of Buriram. Now, speaking of, we do have a couple of other teams. WAG is right behind Buriram as well. So if it's going to be going on the side of WAG, we could be looking at both those teams struggling to get past those two potential gatekeepers. RRQ, though, still sitting in the center of the map, trying to continue with their gatekeeping shenanigans as well. They look at this though, Tash. Todak are coming in. They want to pressure Buriram, and this could be the team to potentially eliminate Buriram from the competition.
Todak has been massive, honestly, if you think about it. They're very, very aggressive, and this is exactly the change in pace that I wanted. Now, I feel deja vu right here, but this is the right map to be doing that because you do have the grapple. Now, you already see the portal go placed there on top of the building that is inhabited by WAG as well as Attack All Around. Attack All Around, okay! Going big, knocking down Cyrus, Krillin. All he's just doing is just trying to find out where the other members are going to be. Inhaler use, quickly dashes forward, gonna go for a quick little reset, coming over to the other side. He hears all the noise, but it doesn't seem that Krillin is actually catching up anyone for Attack All Around. Now he's outside of the circle. He's gonna quickly go for that revive, but this might not be good because they're gonna be swatted out of the skies. And who better to swat them out than Buriram United? Puna is already killing
Oh,
them.
Dolphin.
Did not even hit the ground because he's immediately gonna get knocked down. Funa from this side, already on double kill. He doesn't get some coins. Alan just dodging every single bullet like the pro he is. Now quickly gonna play around the portal go. I think he's just thinking whether or not he wants to reposition himself down there. He does get some tags onto Jump God, but Jump God very just unbothered. 2 more players to worry about. Unfortunately, none. Actually, no, take that back because 1 player does get picked off. Nero seeing his fly flashing before his eyes once again, and WAG eliminated despite being the team inside of the circle first. A jump down by Funa, and he's just going to quickly go for the shotgun straight onto PE. PE Esports now in trouble, but they get that an Uno reverse. Bond goes down, and now Razor fights another member. Jonah as well, knocked down, still can be revived. Funa's alone though, not sure how he's going to go for a revive. Todak looking very good right now. Raja gets 1 pick of his own. He's stuck in the blue zone, no way to get out. Chrono quickly used, and Folky knocked down. Look at all this damage. Death from above by RRQ. They have full control of the circle. Kiroro manages to get inside the circle, gets chunked down. Abai High trying to go for the pickup. Dudes as well, Razor as well, making sure the positioning is very well. Bermuda United 5th place, knocked down, and now RRQ has only 1 team to worry about. It's going to be a tackle around, not the best place to be in. But now that Toda is already knocked down as well at 4th place. Now PE still very much alive, low ground at a disadvantage right now. PE still very quiet. With only 1 more player left to go. A tackle around, making no noise, trying to be the kingmaker perhaps, or just going for that placement point. Regardless, the booyah going to RRQ, the second one of the day.
RRQ. If you know RRQ, you know Kalahari is a map that they do well on, and I am not surprised they were able to get the booyah here. Much needed booyah as well.
They had good positioning.
I think they had the best position.
They were so quick to get into the circle. Yeah, they were so quick to get into the circle, and they took full advantage knowing the fact that everyone had to fight each other to get into the circle. And all the low ground. All they had to do was just chuck all of those utils and nades onto the players. We saw attack all around, try so hard to go for that reset and push up to them. But because there's so many glue walls, there's so many nades, what are you gonna do? How many utils do you have to go for that heal, to go for that reset? Not a lot, honestly, because by the time RRQ was able to push up to them, they had nothing on them.
Yeah, because everyone had basically used everything in that upcoming fight. Like, we had that 3-way earlier on, and to have a 3-way that late, but not late enough to be the ultra late game, you're going to be going into your final opponent, if you survive that far, with nothing, Tash. And that's basically what's happened. Everyone just ran out of resources. RRQ were fine, had nobody to deal with. They had a pretty clear late game plan. The fact that they were positioned so nicely, they dodged that late game fight. They could have stuck their nose in and tried to compete in that potential 3-way and turn it into a 4-way, but they decided, let's play the late game. They used their foresight, aimed for that booyah. They knew they were going to get pickoffs at the end of the day, so they just decided, let's play it safe. We're not going to stick our nose in until everyone is injured, everyone is wounded, and they're hungry. And when I mean hungry, they have nothing on them that's going to be able to compete with RRQ. So great decision in that late game for the team. This is going to help climb them back up to that leaderboard, but I'm not quite sure if they've scored enough to get back into that 2nd place. Because the good news here, not just for RRQ, but also for Stalwart, was that Reverse Red bombed out in this game. Meaning Reverse Red's points are going to not change at all. Meaning we could be either looking at a massive point gap reduction or an overtake. I don't think RRQ is in position to overtaking. Stalwart might be close, but I don't think we're going to be seeing overtakes. Definitely point gap reduction.
I mean, I think at this point for Reverse Red, what's going to be very important right now is a rethink of their game plan. Their high risk, high reward play is getting punished over and over again, given the fact that now we're against Group C instead of Group A. That's number 1. Number 2, I think that in this situation as well, not only are they in a situation, especially on a map like Kalahari, that has so many, I would say, compounds, covers, high ground, it's so hard for you to really mark every single location. How many times have we seen so many different teams just try and have this opportunistic plays? We saw Homebois do it. We saw Todak do it. We saw Onyx do it. We saw Bermuda United do it. We saw Esports do it. Because sometimes, yes, you're doing these very aggressive, high and aggressive plays, right? In so many different compounds, so many different places. Yes, you may come up on top, but by the time you're barely even done, you're barely even able to loot, suddenly you hit the ground running because you hear footsteps coming right at you. And a lot of these executes are just very, very quick. This is because of the portal go, because of the dashes, because of the, I would say, the A124 ability, which just really stops you in your tracks. You can't really do anything about it. So in this situation, it's always very important to have someone just marking and making sure that, yes, you're going to go in an all-in fight. You want to have all hands on deck, but you have to also be very aware of your surroundings. And I think that a lot of teams that got bombed out early are not aware of what's happening around them.
I actually think this might be exclusive to Kalahari as well, right? Because when you commit to a fight in Kalahari, you don't have options to get away. Like all the teams that tried to do the typical plays that you would do on Purgatory, on Bermuda, where you would leave your team to fight and you would have that one survivor run to a revival point or to a vending machine, that would typically be safe on those maps because you do have more cover to work with between those areas, but you don't have that on Kalahari. Now, it looks like we are going to be ready to jump into our interview, so let's see what our winners have to say after a fantastic round on the map known as Kalahari.
Wow, I'm so glad, finally! Indonesian team again and again, booyah! And I'm with one of the most valuable player in RRQ Kazu, Razor! Okay, Razor, I wanna ask you, which strategy did you use in the last round?
Strategi apa yang kamu gunakan di match tadi?
Paling kunci strateginya itu sabar aja gitu. Tunggu momentum. Ya.
Okay, the key strategy is patience and wait for the momentum.
Oh, okay. You're a racer, right? Racer? Okay, racer. Who is the best racer in FFWS SEA in your opinion?
Kamu kan rusher nih. Menurut kamu rusher yang terbaik itu di FFWS ini siapa?
Tentunya Abai sih. Ya, Abai.
Abai. Why Abai?
Tahu aja lah statistiknya gimana.
Tahu aja.
Okay, the best rusher is Abai because we all know his strategy. And also the statistic.
Okay. Which team is the most dangerous today?
Tim mana yang paling bahaya hari ini?
Paling menurut saya pribadi semua tim.
Okay, so I personally think all the team are dangerous.
Right? Any word you want to say to your opponent?
Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak ke lawan-lawan kamu semua ini?
Paling semangat aja untuk match selanjutnya.
Break a leg for the next round.
Okay, thank you for the answer. And I hope you and your team will perform better in the next round. Are you ready for the next round? Okay, so take it back, Caster.
Heck yeah, we're ready for the next two rounds because the next two rounds are going to be our final two rounds for today, meaning it'll be the last two games for teams in Group B, and it's going to be the last two games for today for teams in Group C. So if you're in Group B and you need points, you can't mess up these last two games. You're gonna have to do it now because if you don't get the points now, you're at the mercy of everyone else that's in Group A and C because they're playing tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I think like right now, I think that's the reason why teams like Reverse Red, like Stalwart Esports are just trying to do their best to get as many points as they can. You don't want to be overtaken on day number one, on week number one. In fact, I think because the league is quite long as well, I think it does give a lot of time for teams to really adjust and come back in the next week as well. But I think what's the greatest thing about these long knockout stages is that while you are adapting in several different weeks in several different plays, it also keeps a lot of question marks on the team, and it also allows you and your team to really try so many different new things to see what works and what doesn't work for your team as well. Now, we've only really seen a lot of one style of play from Reverse Red, so maybe that is what they had in mind for this week. So I'm really hoping that by next week happens, something new will be coming into the game. But for Bermuda United, I think they have a stand-up protocol. This is the same thing that we saw last year during Free Fire World Series. I don't think it's going to be changing anytime soon as well, because the team is just so adept at making sure that they don't go too aggressive early to make sure they can stay inside of the game. And I think this also comes down to like experience as well, right? When you are a team that's played so many different regions and so adept at playing so many different types of styles of play, you're given this idea that, okay, for this region I can play this way, but would another region style play work here? Now MVP Abayhai, talked about him just now, talked about him yesterday. Not surprised to see him here because a whopping 2.7k is pretty high. Now this guy running Homer is not what I would expect to see in the front line, but you always see him playing there despite not using Tatsuya.
Well, it's not just him that's running the Homer, it's also Razor. So obviously RRQ is onto something, actually running the double Homer, double A124. I mean, this team is, if I want to say anything, they have specialized on Kalahari. Of course, they play other maps fantastic, but I do think RRQ, they have definitely specialized on Kalahari, which is a map that's very, very difficult for a lot of these other teams. And I think if you're looking to improve your play on Kalahari, you got to take a page out of RRQ's book. Like you've got to watch how this team plays and figure out what are they doing that is giving them so much success on Kalahari, a map that is known to be one of the least liked by a lot of the players in the Free Fire esports community. Now, speaking of players at elimination leaders for the round, it's going to be Abayhai with 6 eliminations to his name, but it's not just him, it's also Falky on the side of Attack All Round, ending the round with 6 eliminations. So great job for these two players. I have to say,
yeah,
RRQ, okay,
let me hear it.
I'm a big supporter for RRQ because I do think the Free Fire community in Indonesia, it's very big, it's very strong. I really think they have the potential to be the next Thailand.
The next Thailand.
They have the potential. But at the moment, it is currently being carried by RRQ. I would love some of the other teams from Indonesia to
You did not witness Indostars yesterday.
I'm gonna give him a chance tomorrow, all right?
Okay.
I need to see it with my 2 eyeballs.
I will keep my mouth shut for you. Just get excited about them, okay? Please just get excited about them. They are a team that shines super bright early, but they are a team that still managed to get a booyah yesterday. Now, let's talk a little bit about what kind of style of player we're seeing. Now, I think for this map in particular, I think what is the most important thing is the fact that the support players are also players that are super okay with playing in the front lines. We talked about Abayhai just now. We talked about Dew, how I was so surprised because yesterday I only saw Dew running at least from what I've seen, only just running the snipers. But then suddenly he can swap out and just play short range as well. So that was also very, very fun to watch, seeing how versatile these teams can be, which also shows that there's a lot of mid-round adjustments. So speaking of adjustments, RRQ at 29 points, and today they decided not to play. They are here. They are serious right now. Honestly delicious because they're trying to finish day number 2 at a sky high. Now, Attack All Around taking 2nd place. They're finally warming up. They're finally figuring out what exactly they want to do with their play. And Todak from Malaysia. I am very, very proud of this team, honestly, because yesterday there were a lot of questions, especially because Homebois wasn't really able to show up. But today, Todak just showing us that, yes, they can. We do have Malaysian teams that are definitely up there. And on top of that, with an older player too, I think Zen is the senior in the team, if I'm not mistaken.
Whoa, he's a senior. Okay, we might be talking about a senior, but I want to take a look at these points, ladies and gentlemen. So, for the first time today, we have seen Stalwart Esports overtake Reverse Red. Is this correct, actually? Are the points correct? Because I thought last round Reverse Red was still leading.
Yep, they were. But now Stalwart Esports was able to take them away. Now you have to understand why. It's because Reverse Red hasn't had the best, I would say, maps in the last 2 maps. Yes, in the beginning they were explosive, but it seems that the explosion has finally fizzled out. And you start to see the teams that are more consistent, teams that are, you don't necessarily need the booyah, but you have to understand, when we talk about consistent here, is to be able to bring in points. Elimination points.
Round.
Yes, every single round. I'm talking about like maybe 5 points and above every single round here. And teams like Stalwart Esports, they're always in the top 4, top 5 even. And you're on top of the elimination points, the insane amount of elimination points you're going to already be getting because how chaotic the maps are. You are also going to be rewarded with those placement points as well. And that is what I meant by finding that sweet spot between aggression and survivability. Because I know a lot of people are thinking, okay, aggression is the name of the game. Eliminations is where we want to go. But honestly, I think that when you manage to find that nice little sweet spot, that is what you're looking at.
Yep. Looks like we are going to go for a quick break, so we'll see you guys after this for our final 2 games.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples?
Hello survivors and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. How do you like these apples? Because we've got 2 more games to go and it is going to be the most exciting games I feel for today because it is the last 2 rounds for teams in Group B to score their points. And also we have our random map because the teams in Group C, they're just getting warmed up because they still have 6 more games tomorrow to play up against some teams in Group A. That's going to be an exciting one, but let's focus on today's games because again, it's the closing round for teams in Group B, Tash. Our Goliaths, they've all been in Group B, but the race at the top is starting to get really small now because that gap that we had once, it is slowly closing.
I have a question for you, Donnelly. Now, yesterday we had Group B playing and they're playing again today. Then you also have Group C playing today and then tomorrow. Group A played yesterday, rest today, and going again tomorrow. So what do you think is the best? A team that's just having 2 days in a row or a team with a rest day in between in terms of momentum?
I feel like a team that plays 2 days in a row probably feels a lot better than a team that has a gap day because if your team is playing, if you have a gap day, oh, my tongue might need a gap here. But to have a gap day, especially for a competitor, right? You sort of lose that in the game mindset. Like there's a reason why, let me use an example. When teams are playing in a competition, they sometimes prefer the lower bracket one because they are playing games back to back to back because their minds can stay in the game. Upper bracket teams have a slight disadvantage mentally because you're on break, you are not 100% in the game. You actually need a couple games to warm up to get in the zone. So I actually think teams in Group C, firstly, they're doing really well up against Group B. And also to have this and play tomorrow with that momentum, I actually think Group A is going to struggle tomorrow.
Oh yeah, me too. I mean, we talked about yesterday as well, right? About how Group C coming in really giving Group B a challenge as well. That might also be the game changer. Now, because yesterday Group A struggled, this break might be a good thing, honestly, if you ask me. Because when you think about it, because Group A probably needs that break to really figure out what exactly went wrong. And if our firepower wasn't great yesterday, what about tomorrow against Group C? Is it going to be just as competitive? Because right now, Group B and C both look very, very daunting. Speaking of daunting, Stalwart Esports taking up this first place right here with about, give or take, 8 points ahead of Reverse Red. Now, Reverse Red, I would say today is the struggle day for them. They haven't found an answer to people who are very ready to take on their aggression. They don't have an answer as to how their rotations are going to be because they seem to be meeting up with so many aggressive teams so very early. So I think in a way, like ending this week today and having that day off tomorrow might be giving them some extra time to really figure out what they actually want from their games. Now, RRQ on a streak today, 2 booyahs already, and every single round with I think around 20 points a piece is just showing off that okay, yesterday was just a warm-up day and today is the real thing. Regardless, coming into this map Nextterra, I've mentioned this to Avi and I'll mention it again, that this map is a map of adaptation. There's so many different terrains, so many different styles of area with the gravity lab there, with the high grounds and low grounds available, a very big map as well. If you're not able to adapt according to the area you're rotating into, you're basically gonna get cooked.
Yep. Speaking of these top teams, right? Nextterra. So just going off the data from yesterday's games, neither of our top 3 teams actually got the booyah. It was CGG, which was from Group A. They're not playing today, so we're going to ignore them.
Yeah.
So what happened was Reverse Red got 4th place in that round, and then RRQ got 3rd place. And Stalwart Esports actually were the 2nd team to be eliminated from Nextterra. So assuming that we're going to be following history with what is happening here, this could be an opportunity for the other teams to maybe get their points. Now, of course, CGG, they are also really good at Nextterra, so maybe they were the reason why these teams weren't able to place top 3. Maybe they were the problem. Could be looking at just these top 3 teams yet again, but I think Nextterra, it also just brings its own sort of quirks for these players as they go into this map. Like, it is still the map that everyone's getting used to. Count this down. They counted it down? They did? Okay, I didn't hear it. Okay. I always take it, don't worry. Game number 5 here, ladies and gentlemen. We're flying into Nextterra. Last 2 games for teams in Group B. Last 2 games today for Group C. They're still going to be playing their games tomorrow up against Group A. Let's see what's going to be highly contested for our teams as they fly in to Nextterra. And at the moment, we are sort of seeing Diwa trail Todak. Not 100% sure if these teams are going to be going up against each other. Maybe just flying a little bit too close to one another for now. But aside from that, though, it looks like it's going to be a pretty clean map for all of our teams. I kind of saw some teams flying over each other here, but not 100% sure if we are going to be seeing that aggression. But for now, just going to be watching heavy. Going to be going into the Intellect Center. Just going to go for a free loot zone.
Peace actually down.
Yeah, so already P Esports fighting up against Stalwart Esports. And actually, it's just going to be down to Few. Safia already knocked out. Hang on a minute. Is this history repeating itself?
Oh, not sure, but PE looking so good right now. This is absolutely massive if you think about it. No, they're not. They're not out of the game quite yet. Wait, maybe they are. I'm not sure.
We have 11 teams.
Yeah, 11 teams left.
Is Stalwart out?
I think. Oh my gosh, I hope not. But that's the bias.
Same as yesterday.
Yes. This is gonna be like my bias is speaking here, but it's okay. I'll just chill quite yet. Bermuda United as well, finding their fellow Thai teams. There we go. Stalwart Esports out. Ooh, this is unlucky. This is unlucky. Yesterday we saw Reverse Red going out earlier on this map. Now Stalwart Esports. Ooh, not the best game, but hey, look at that heavy, quick change in their team. But it's just very chaotic very early. We're seeing a lot of revives already. Homebois as well, managing to take one team, immediately reviving. We see for Reverse Red, finding their victims, which is WAG, but an instant revive as well. But look at that. As soon as they got revived, Diamond's already shooting them out of the sky. You don't need to have the observer showing me to even know what's happening already, just by the kill feed. Oh my god, this is chaotic too early in Nextterra. I can't deal with this right now. And now Reverse Red is in trouble. A dash forward. Cyrus has something to say about that. But immediately, no reverse by Reverse Red. They go down, Krillin in trouble, Alan all alone, and Alan's just running for his life to look for a revival point. And it's just so thankful for him because he just got revived just now, and he managed to drop down a little bit further out just to be safe. And Reverse Red is not done quite yet. Buram United, their sights on them. They knocked down Wasana. It's a triple kill for Diamond, and Diamond is probably saying, you know what, I'm done with this. I'm tired of being the first team out. Let's just jump off this area. Let's go get as many kills as we can. And with Buram United out, this is a good thing. Let's just stop them from being able to get as many points as they can. But fortunately for Buram United, not a team wipe quite yet.
No, not a team wipe. But the 6 eliminations are going to be incredibly helpful for the team. And actually, we're going to be seeing heavy here as Kabi is going to be immediately knocked down on the other side. And actually, Zen knocked down on the side of Todak. So heavy trying to go for a very heavy push here. They will manage to pick up their teammate, thankfully. Just a little bit of pressure there from Todak. Not too much to force them out. So a bit of a scouting mission just for Todak. Now they know that heavy is here, so the team knows either whether they want to fight into this or to fight away. I was going to mention very quickly the fact that Reverse Red managed to get 6 eliminations just because of that battle with WAG. That is going to make it a very tall task for RRQ to potentially overtake them this round. Because remember, right, Stalwart is out of the battle. They're out of this game. They're 8 points in front of Reverse Red, 10 points in front of RRQ. First place, absolutely open for any of these 2 teams to potentially steal it away. And to have 6 points ahead of RRQ already, I'm wondering if the Indonesians can even catch up.
It's going to be a very exciting moment here. Onyx just now was unfortunately eliminated too early as well. I mean, they had a bombastic start, but it seems like everyone seems to... I'm not sure if everyone was already expecting their style of play. I'm not sure if everyone was aggressive or whether or not Onyx was just unprepared with how they want to take the game. Regardless, Homebois once again in a predicament where they are going to be meeting with Indonesian teams once again. Jumbal taking the front line, Jump peeking forward. Gary as well taking some damage as well. Jumbal moving up there, he eats a chunk of damage because of the nades. He's out there in the open, he has to be careful. Unfortunately, Jumbal does go down, and quickly Kiba goes down as well. Gardu is going to see if he can pick up anyone, and Butterfly sees the death from above, immediately gets knocked down forward. Faiz as well. Only one more member alive for Homebois, and he's all alone. But at the same time, for Reverse Red, we're having a lot of fights coming up forward here, as everyone is just isolated from one another. Diamond is going to be knocked down. Expo Z, having him play in the long range area, as well as keeping out for an idea for their flanks, is also massive, because not only are they taking fights from one end, but also they are noticing that Heavy is close by. So it's a great play to really isolate the member of the teams and denying them of the support they could get from the other side. Heavy B-Boy this time though, a nice spray to really just take out Nameless from the game. He gets revived, immediately gets chunked down. Heavy probably eating a little bit more than they can chew, as Jonah, the final man left standing on the top side of area, and PE now struggling and just trying to take this fight against Onyx. You can see the numbers dwindling down, but their entrances toward the bottom side is actively being blocked by the glue walls.
Really great glue walls as well, because you're denying the team from fighting with their full roster. Nero going to be staying on the high ground here. Tash is going to try and do his best to snipe if possible, but is this the call here for PE Esports? Just get out of there? It looks like that is the case here. They don't want to engage anymore. Just try and get that team back up.
This time
though.
Oh yeah.
They have spotted Homebois. They will very likely get one player here. I don't think they'll get the rest. The rest are going. Himself, WAG. Sometimes it's a happen. Oh, but actually spotting out Onyx in the process though. Jack almost getting cut down by Puna. Very, very close. And now it looks like we could be seeing Onyx versus Buriram if Buriram do decide to pursue this. Very likely case here, but they are dead set on keeping this compound as well. The blue zone has moved on, and we will also move on to attack all around. They have 3 eliminations to their name. A very quiet game for this team otherwise. But surprisingly enough though, quick update on all the teams. We are still very early in, but only one team has been eliminated, and that was Starwood Esports. Everyone else is still playing this game.
Oh, what a shot.
In anyone's way, and fantastic shot onto Dolphin. Just a complete one-shooter, taking him out of this game. It's going to put Onyx in an advantageous position because, of course, numbers advantage plays a big role in Free Fire. Going to be chasing them up onto that high ground, managing to block things out with that glue wall, but there's only so much you can do to delay your inevitable death. And on the other side of the map, Todak is going to be eliminated. And we have a death here before they get rid of WAG. A little bit of attitude coming in from our players, and looks like B-Boy also caught out here. RRQ finally going to make an appearance on the screen here, picking up 4 eliminations since this round has started.
Honestly, for Homebois, I'm still shocked at how well they are surviving these fights. Like, I think it's been twice now they've been running into big teams and unfortunately not being able to win these, but their revival tactics are impeccable, very, very quick. And regardless,
the entire team has been revived.
I know, twice. That's what I'm trying to say, twice. I don't even know, man. It's actually quite hilarious if you think about it. Sming, we can see already eliminating WAG. WAG is just so unlucky. As soon as you think, okay, we're safe, we already got away from one team, suddenly they just run into another team. You come, you're running away into another area. As they're rotating, they get knocked off, picked off onto another area. And Reverse Red this time, I think they seem to have changed. Yeah, they've changed the way they play. It's not a full-on fight, if you remember. It's a lot of pickoffs. It's a lot of, like, I would say those people in between rotations, just trying to get away from another team. And that's how they've been managing to get a big number of their eliminations as well. WAG does get a pick out to Kabi as well, Gardu on one side as well. So you can see that on the kill feed, there are so many different fights happening in so many different parts of the map. And it's really hard to say who is versus who or how many teams are around, because one moment you'll see one team versus another team.
Like
and speaking of that, like this right now, because Reverse Red is getting completely bothered by RRQ. By RRQ already Abe High lost down Duts as well. If they're not careful, they're gonna be just knocked out of the game entirely. And now, Legelov, we know that he's very in your face when it comes to games. Razor as well, all hands on deck. Not even a single player running away. Legelov being very, very quiet. A good read position all around. And now Dewa United is here. Just find and shut down another member of their team. And I think for Reverse Red, this might be what they needed. A distraction, in fact. But Dewa are going to be very happy with 3 in the bag. Not too sure if the other members of Onyx, sorry, of RRQ were able to get away. No.
Reverse Red
Reverse out is
out.
out. Because I think what happened just now is that one player was trying to go for that revive over there, could see where the area was, but he got picked off by perhaps maybe WAG. Krillin was waiting on one end. And now Dewa United was also maybe the distraction they needed, but just now RRQ was one to take the brunt of that fight. I'm not too sure if
I don't know if RRQ
survived. I'm not too sure. Yeah, because I don't see any of the members there. I didn't see them running away either.
I didn't see them run away either, and we also saw 2 teams
Wait,
getting
Homebois
eliminated from the game. Homebois. Yeah,
That's very
Homebois might
ballsy.
be some sad boys in just a second here if they're not
There's
careful.
2 teams here. There's
Oh
2
my
Thai teams here, and very
gosh.
strong ones. I think they were just actually just I think they were just kind of like going around to
Homebois?
figure out. Yep, they jumped down. They do manage to get that station, so that's not too bad. But
they got
only
spotted.
2 of them, they do get spotted as well. There's only 2 of them. I'm not too sure what the other 2 players are. Not sure if they got revived or knocked down. But
RRQ's still in the game.
Oh, they have one more. There you
RRQ's still
go.
in the game. Yep, so RRQ is still in the game. That's actually massive because with Reverse Red out and with only the elimination points, if RRQ can survive and get a couple of eliminations, they can overtake Reverse Red on that leaderboard. That's a storyline we're going to talk about a little bit later on though. Attack All Round is being attacked all round because they are surrounded. Meantime, though, Diwa looking for eliminations themselves, getting rid of WAG Allen out of this game. Tash, these teams are getting super aggressive. We are running out of space. We have too many teams left alive. WAG going to be removed from this game altogether in 9th place. 8 teams still remaining so far. Mr. 17 going to be knocked down for the team. Mr. 5 though trying to get a headshot to see if he can try to get the revive on his teammate. Actually going to be able to chase them down. Not in a position though to contest with the Esports. RRQ though going to be eliminated in 8th place. I don't think they scored enough points to overtake for that 2nd place. Diva though fighting up against the Esports, using this compound, trying to use this cover just to get just to try and get that one step ahead. And the other side though, we've got another team waiting in the wings. Onyx thinking, do they want to compete with this at all? Holding on. Esports though, they still have their entire team patiently waiting for Diwa to engage into them. So patient coming in from this team. Onyx still waiting as well. These teams, I have to say, I want to commend both these teams. They could have gone for that all-out battle, but they are so desperate for points. They're playing so carefully. They're saying, we don't want to fight unless we are certain we are in an advantageous position. Very scary. Buram though going to be attack all round as the team is sitting on the rooftop here. Buram just staying underneath in the building for now. Jump God though is going to be meeting his team on the rooftop as well. Jonah going to be knocked down on the other side of the building, as well as Moshi. So only 2 players left on the side of Buram. They are engaging. Masana all alone will be knocked out. Homebois is going to be eliminated from the game, as well as Heavy. 2 teams are gone. We're left with 5 teams, folks. This is a big ask for this man, but if he somehow survives, it would be a miracle as he does get eliminated. Buram out of the competition. We are left with 4 teams. Attack all round. P Esports, Diva, and Onyx.
Onyx still healthy. Look at Onyx.
They are very healthy.
They're very
been
happy.
so patiently, Tash. They haven't moved. They haven't made themselves a priority target. The way that they play these late games, it is so scary. They come out of nowhere like the shadow.
I mean, Dewa's in trouble. They only have 1 player still very healthy. He needs to go for that pickup. Now, for the other members, I think they have no problem being picked up here. All up at this point. Regardless, I want to see where the circle will be shrinking to. It is not in the favor of PE, all attack, all around right now. Now, Onyx is just really trying to take this, I would say, this compound away from Dewa. Dewa, this is huge because honestly, if Dewa can hold on to that compound, it can give them a lot of value. But Dewa seems to want to take the fight outside. Jack coming forward and just basically going to chunk out this blue wall.
Down.
And all those nades come through. Keroro goes down to PE. Keroro taking a fight on the other side. It feels like it's going to be Thailand on one side fighting, Indonesia fighting on the other side. Gardu, a quick dash forward to get some space. Go for the reset perhaps. Go for that flank if they want to. Jack finally just go down. Now, if you look at Kiba as well, knocked out at the same time. Jack completely out of the game. Can Gardo and Gary pick him up is the question. Yes, they can. Now, they're being very patient here because Dewa needs to go for that reset. I'm not sure if the denial of that is going to happen, and yes, it is, because there's a lot of damage coming through from that utility. Gary eating a little bit of blue damage, 16 HP left, but he's so undeterred. He's so quick on just taking in the last pick, and right now, PE just going to rush forward, taking advantage of all this damage done by both of the Indonesian teams, and Nero just cleaning up house. A team wipeout here. Only one more team to worry about. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Booyah! The first one for the team. It is looking so good for PE Esports.
PE Sports, not only do they clean up attack all round on the other side of that circle, they said, boys, we're going into this battle, and unfortunately for our two teams on the other side, they were so wounded, right? Like Onik and Dewa, they fought for so long, and by the time PE came in, they had the whole roster, they were rearing to go, they had the numbers advantage. The Indonesians, they were barely alive on their last legs.
Man. Like, you have to think about it, like how PE was able to just overwhelm the Thai team, take them down. They had a lot of time to reset and reconvene. By the time they want to go in, because Onik and Dewa United were fighting for a very long time, and on top of that, they were also very, very isolated from one another. Some were inside the compound, some were outside, and some of them were just separated by glue walls. So like it or not, when you have charge busters, when you have double barrel shotguns, it's very, very hard when you're already so low, so wounded without any shields to do anything. So honestly, well played by PE Sports, making sure to clean up the area quickly, reset, that's going in for those pickoffs. If there's a word in Malaysia for that, by the way, it's called DBKL, which is the people from the city, the council who cleans up house, who cleans up the city. That's exactly what PE Sports did.
Wow. Oh my gosh, what a word, but I mean, sure, if that's the way to perfectly describe this team, I think that'll be a perfect way to do so. Oh my gosh. I wonder if the late game would have been a completely different scenario if we probably looked at a much cleaner battle between Dewa and
honestly,
Onik, because they took so long.
Not only did they take so long, but honestly, I felt like Dewa didn't have to push out of that compound either. The circle was in their favor. The compound was not going anywhere. I felt like if Dewa were a little bit more patient and let Onik push to them, they might win in terms of a CQC because they had already areas held on. But regardless, not too sure why exactly the reason is going to be. Would love to hear the team comps for that. Now, I think we're starting to see a lot of teams heat up today. Homebois took a whole day to heat up. Love seeing how aggressive they were. They were very quick on making sure that the team can survive. I think they revived 3-4 times. And I think it's good because in this situation, they understand that because they have this contingency plan of trying to keep alive and trying to be able to have one person revive them, it makes them a little bit more, I would say, aggressive, a little bit more able to take risks, which we didn't see yesterday. So I'm loving that confidence play coming in from them. Heavy, I think they're still trying to maintain that consistency play we saw yesterday, but because the change in groups, I think that they're not able to really compete with the firepower coming forward, which resulted in them getting knocked out a little bit too soon than they would have liked.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much for the team, right? Because if you're coming out of a group that was much slower and then all of a sudden everyone's just coming at you and they just whop you on the nose, I mean, it's pretty difficult for a team to adapt to something like that on the fly. So something for this team to sort of look into next week, right? Because we're not going to be seeing them play anymore for this week. We're literally going to be going into the last game for both. So just for teams in Group B, last game. And I want to remind everybody that's watching, this is going to be our random map as well. We don't know what map this is going to be, so we don't know who this map is going to favor. And we do have a couple maps at the top of our minds where if they dropped, certain teams would have a massive advantage. And I think the easiest one to look into is Kalahari. That is a massive map for a team like RRQ. But then for Reverse Red, if you get something like Bermuda, if he gets one of those vanilla maps, Reverse Red dominates on Bermuda. So
are you sure
lots of
about
things
that?
to think about. I think so. I actually think this team, they are really, really consistent. I actually think if Bermuda wasn't the first map of the day, they would actually crush it if it was later on in the day. So if assuming Bermuda comes in last, that might be where Reverse Red says, all right, guys, we're going to come back into first place, because the top of the leaderboard situation. So I know a lot of people are wondering, like, why do we keep talking about the top of the leaderboard? It's because they are the top 3 teams for a reason. They are so far ahead of the competition from 3rd onwards. 4th place, not even close to competing with these teams as of yet. And so this last game, and also the results for what just happened, I'm really curious to see where everyone is now on the leaderboard, because firstly, Stalwart were knocked out early. Like, they basically were not going to contribute at all. Reverse Red, they went down early, but I think they went down with 13 eliminations, so they got points on the leaderboard. And then you have RRQ, which were a bit of an X factor because we didn't see this team really do much, but they placed higher in terms of placement. So I want to know what the point situation is for these 2 teams. Is Reverse Red going to go back above Stalwart Esports? Is RRQ going to get in 2nd place as well? We don't know, but what we do know is that it looks like our interview is ready. So let's see what our winners have to say after securing a fantastic booyah for match number 3.
Hello everybody, welcome to our interview after the match. Right next to me is P Esports Bảnh. Xin chào Bảnh, bạn có thể nói là xin chào với các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Hello mọi người nha.
Okay, so this is our very first booyah of the Vietnam area. So, how do you feel Bảnh? Đây là booyah đầu tiên của khu vực Việt Nam chúng ta, thì không biết là Bảnh đang cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
Em cảm thấy cũng bình thường thôi. Vì đây là booyah mở màn cho tất cả các đội Việt Nam.
He felt really normal and nothing excited about this because this is the first booyah of our Vietnamese team. So, he feel really happy and so do I. So, moving on next, as a substitute, what do you feel about our team performance at the first day? Đối với một người ngồi ở ngoài thì không biết là Bảnh cảm thấy như thế nào về cái màn trình diễn của đồng đội mình trong những ngày đầu tiên ạ?
Chắc là khả năng đồng đội mình còn đang hơi run nên vẫn chưa nóng được tay.
His thought is like he thinks that his teammate is not getting enough warm up from the beginning, so that's why P Esports doesn't have a good start from the beginning. But I think everything is okay now. Vậy thì hiện tại Bảnh là một trong những người đã góp phần để chúng ta có được cái booyah này, thì không biết là Bảnh đang cảm thấy ra sao ạ?
Em cảm thấy cũng bình thường thôi chị ơi. Vâng.
Có sợ hay cái gì không?
Không, em không sợ gì hết.
Being a person who's like having help from achievement this booyah for the team, he also felt really normal. Nothing scary about this at all. Then our next question is, in this very last game. So, do you think that your team can really confident that achieve another booyah? Thì không biết là Bảnh có thể nghĩ rằng là trong cái trận đấu cuối cùng lần này thì mình vẫn có thể duy trì cái phong độ này để mà mình tiếp tục là giành lấy cái booyah cuối cùng không ạ?
Chắc chắn các đội Việt Nam sẽ giành được booyah trận cuối cùng.
Bảnh is very confident that not only P Esports but other Vietnamese team can also having a chance to achieve this final booyah for this day. So, any thoughts for your viewers and your fans? Không biết là Bảnh có thể hoặc là có gì muốn nói với những bạn khán giả hâm mộ của mình hoặc là cái đại gia đình của P Esports không ạ?
Các bạn hãy cổ vũ cho mình, chắc chắn là mình sẽ giành được nhiều booyah.
Please continue cheering for us and we will continue bringing more booyah to you guys. Then this is the end of our interview. Thank you so much and let's head back to our caster.
Just another game, just another day. You know, not totally not afraid that you might be eliminated from a tournament with a $100,000 cash prize. Just another day in Free Fire.
I mean,
Not stressed. I'd be sweating bullets. I'm not kidding, guys. If I was competing, I would be sweating bullets.
I mean, I think I've done like a lot of interviews throughout my life with a lot of pro players, and I think a lot of the player mentalities that I've talked to was the mindset that they bring for a tournament is that there's always going to be another game. So it's not going to be like you have to do well this game. It's just try your best, do your best, and don't worry too much because there is going to be another game for us to work on. And again, this tournament is a very, very long league. 3 weeks for the knockout stage, and then finally you make it into Point Rush, and then finally the grand final. So even if you don't end up in the best placement for knockouts, you can still start with a clean slate onto Point Rush. But regardless, let's just look at this very, very dashing young man with the pink hair here. How gone. And I have to say that with Homer and the Sniper, this is actually a combination that I really enjoy watching. watching because he provides a lot of support and cover for his teammates as well as information as well. So let's see how he starts off with 3k damage as well as support is massive, because you expect this high damage to come in from a player who is playing the front lines, playing maybe with a charge gun, or with a charge buster, or a Trogon, or even But here is, I think, because the combination of the movement debuff coming in from Homer, plus the ability to just immediately land those headshots is going to be massive. 2/3 of the life gone, and it's suddenly just up to his teammates to just quickly clean up house. Look at the amount of knockdowns he's able to do. And on top of that, you have Nero as well with 2.6k damage. This team is doing a lot of damage. Yesterday wasn't really the best day for them, and I think it was mentioned yesterday by one of the Thai teams that, you know, they were, I think it was STE, they said that they weren't happy with P Esports because their drop spot was the same as them. They wanted to make sure that P Esports would be knocked out very, very early for being able for just taking up their space. But P Esports showing us that, okay, doesn't matter if we want to take your space or not, we're going to make sure that we come up on top.
Yeah. All right, we've got our elimination leaders for the round here, Tash, and we're going to be starting off with Diamond on the side of Reverse Red with 8 eliminations. And I mean, this is to be expected. Reverse Red, a very bloodthirsty team, but P Esports having 2 of their players appear here, 6 and 5 apiece, going into Hong An and Nero. Key players though for the round, we're going to start off with Diamond, of course, getting the eliminations. Jack on the side of Onyx with 7 assists, Diamond with 3.3 thousand damage, and then finally we actually have Hans from Heavy coming in with 2 rescues for his team. And I have to say, 2 is really low in a game of Free Fire. I'm actually quite surprised at the lack of revives actually in this matchup. Everything happened so quickly.
Yeah.
Teams were not given any room to breathe. They weren't really able to use any of those revive points. I think it just goes to show how quickly these teams are playing because of what's happened earlier today. I think everyone is trying to match the tempo of our top competing teams, and all of a sudden, the game is just happening so fast, nobody has had time to breathe.
I mean, let's be real here. Every time we still have a player like maybe Razor from RRQ go in for that revive, and immediately he will get chucked down because every time you want, because there's so many players playing around the vending machines, the revive mechanics. Yeah, it's the best place for you to actually get those points. And honestly, in this situation, it's better to go all hands on deck for a 4-man fight rather than be one player less firepower, losing the fight, and on top of that, not being able to go for that revive. High risk, high reward is the name of the game, and it's, again, from yesterday to today, I'm going to say that it's not going to be stopping anytime soon. 28 points here from P Esports, and this might be the start of something new for them, because yesterday, not the best day for them. Their name were around, they was just floating around, but it wasn't the best kind of outcomes. So perhaps this might be a great thing for Vietnam as well, because we talked about the rise of the Indos, we talked about the rise of the Thais. Perhaps this is the Vietnamese team's moment to shine right now. P Esports definitely a beacon of light for them now that Heavy is not having a good day today.
Look, P Esports literally said in their interview as well, right? They just didn't feel like they had enough time to warm up. So maybe, just maybe, P Esports are now finally getting into that rhythm and they're starting to feel a little bit more confident and comfortable playing these matches, because I mean, this is the first week as well. It's the first week of play for these teams. They aren't really in a position where they can comfortably say like, okay, this is the meta. I think teams are still trying to develop the meta. They're trying to figure out what's working, what isn't, how the other teams playing, and we will eventually see the evolution of teams that do evolve and others that sort of stagnate. Now, speaking of teams, the overall standings, this is the final time we're going to see this before we play our last game, and it's going to be on the random map because Reverse Red got all those eliminations. Yes, they did not get the placements points that round, but they got so many eliminations, back in first place, 170 points, way ahead of Salwood Esports, who are still sitting on 163. And unfortunately, because RRQ did not have a great round, like they kind of got placement points, but outside of that, they got no eliminations, so they barely moved. This is the last round for teams in Group B. If there's a time to get those points, it has to be in this last random map. And what's the map? We still don't know.
Honestly, I'm really manifesting for a Bermuda. I want to see a vanilla map when everyone's already warmed up. Honestly, imagine the pacing of that map. Imagine
so
how hard it's going to be for teams like Reverse Red to do their usual style of play. Imagine, oh, here we go. Random map coming at you in perhaps a 3, 2, 5.
That's 5.
4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's see what we're gonna be getting, ladies and gentlemen. Give me my Bermuda, please. And I feel like I'm gonna jinx it. Every time I want a map, it doesn't come true.
I think it'll be Purgatory, actually. I don't know. I have a sinking feeling it is Purgatory. It's Kalahari!
No, it's Kalahari! It's the map that you manifested earlier!
Oh my gosh. Okay, I did not try to manifest this. I just said it. And I think this could not have come at a more perfect timing for RRQ as well, because last round, RRQ, terrible round, back in 3rd place, still behind Reverse Red, still behind Stalwart Esports. This was the map that they crushed on. They got the booyah on game number 4, which was Kalahari. If there's a time for RRQ to get on top of the leaderboard to end the week, it is now. But here's the thing. I think if you're Reverse Red and you're Stalwart Esports, you are 100% aware of this. And I'm curious to know what the game plan is going to be for these two teams. How are they going to deal with RRQ? And do they even think about dealing with RRQ to begin with? Do they have the confidence to actually go into this team with a potential hot drop? It's a big gamble if you do decide to do so.
Personally, I think Stalwart Esports might exactly take this map, but I don't know. Call it fate, call it bias, who knows? Let's go into the game right now.
Bruh, I didn't know, okay? I didn't know. I'm not jinxing anything. No, I didn't know the map was going to be Kalahari. I just... yeah, I know. I know. Okay. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 6. The last game for today. The last game for Group B and C. The last game this week for teams in Group B. After this, they are done. They are at the mercy of everyone in Group A and C as they play their games tomorrow. Does anybody challenge RRQ on Kalahari? It looks like that's not going to be the case, but Esports dropping on Reverse Red.
You just took the words out of my mouth. You just took the words out of my mouth.
It happened in the last Kalahari map. So if Esports assassinate Reverse Red again, that would be massive.
For the members of Reverse Red, Snake taking a lot of chunk of damage, and so are the other members. Now they're just gonna go for the reset, gets to look for a pickup, a quick reposition, but WAG Krillin is close by. I think what he has in mind is trying to go for that 3rd party if he can. Now Snake does manage to pick up Nameless once again, so it is very, very safe, but the chunks of damage while he's trying to go for that reset is gonna be huge. LBT very smart, just his positioning on the high ground. Quick grapple forward, takes 1 down, takes 2 down, and now he just spraying out there to the other members. LPT goes down. 1 more member from PE left, and Reverse Red is saying, drop on us 1 more time. I dare you. WAG does eventually get spotted out by the members of Reverse Red as well. And I think I have to say that Reverse Red is very, very aware of everyone close to them. And our elimination leader is Reverse Red. And on top of that, just really a statement saying that, you know what? You can mark our drop spots as much as you want. But when we say we want to end the day great, we are going to end the day great.
They expected this, right? I think they expected to be hot drops. So
I mean,
they were
Stalwart
ready.
Esports was also complaining about PE Esports dropping on them as well. So at this point, they're not shocked.
They shouldn't be shocked. Todak, they're going to be fighting up against Heavy, though, on the... They do have the high ground advantage, though, but Traps, unfortunately, will get taken down. His teammates going to have to think about how they're going to pick him up. Zen, in the meantime, also dropping on the side of Todak. This is going to be a really awkward fight for both teams as they are looking to be heavily wounded. Fikri came down and actually got knocked down just as he hit the ground as well, thanks to Kabi. Raja and Zen, they're going to be standing here for Todak. Are they going to be able to turn things around, or are they going to have to run away? I think they might just have to run. There are too many players of Heavy in the vicinity. It's down to Zen, 14 health. Can he get away? It's a big ask to try and heal around the corner, but Tash, I think this might just be it for Todak.
I think they already marked him already, and they know exactly where he is. They just left Kabi alone, and now quickly they're just grappling toward his way, and now Kabi is in trouble because look who has decided to third party. It's going to be
Todak
Dewa. Toda is out, the first team to come out. And Dewa United say, you know what? We also want to be part of this party. And I can see the other members of Heavy just running for their lives. They're just ignoring the other members of Heavy because they'd rather just immediately wipe out this team. Now Hans trying to play it very, very safe, dropping some stuff in the way, the glue walls to be exact, just to really put some space in between them and the rest of the team. Hans dropping up forward there, but Beyond was already ready and waiting, playing the corners very well, finds him, knocks him out. That's a triple kill for him. Beyond running away, and Buram United saying, you know what, forget a third party, what about fourth party? Because we can play this game too, but I think Buram United are thinking against that. They're just waiting to see what's going to be happening.
Jeez, what absolute craziness we are seeing at the beginning of Kalahari of all maps. We're already down to 36 players, 10 teams remaining, 2 already eliminated. This is such a fast start for a map that is iconic for being the largest, one of the largest maps in Free Fire. PE Sports going to be out of the game as well. Another player shot down out of the sky. Krillin not being given a chance to play this game. He's going to have to wait for the next potential revival point as Alan now being stared down by RRQ, the kings of Kalahari. This is their map. Legaloth, though, actually going to be shut down by Alan, unfortunately. But they are going to have to finish him off at some point. Blue Wall gets deployed. Alan finally goes down. Legaloth, they're going to have to just sort of fall down.
What on earth happened to Legaloth there? Man just dropped down.
Shot as he dropped,
as he dropped down. That's so unlucky. Regardless, Elimination King Diamond doesn't seem like he's going to be stopping this momentum at all. If I had a word for Reverse Red, excuse me, I think it will be a very, very momentum-heavy team. They are a team that when they feel good, they just take it away. They need
the Red Snowball.
Oh, yeah, the Red Snowball.
We're going to have to give them that nickname.
I don't like the Red Snowball. That sounds a bit too scary. Like, imagine throwing a snowball and it's red and it's actually blood.
No, it rolls. That's why it's a Red Snowball. It's rolling, it's picking up bodies, and it's
anyways,
getting big
Stanley, Council Hall looks like it's going to be given away to Dewa United. Heavy is just running for their life. And surprisingly, B-Boy, like, he's been surviving for so very long. Like, I thought that he would have gone for that revive. I think because he has no money, he can't play the vending machine. He's going to go a little bit more far out. And he is being hunted. Tries to make a getaway in his vehicle. Finally chunked down. But I think it's not the end of the line for them quite yet. I think he did manage to get a revive just now as he runs for his life.
Just gonna play very quietly, especially for these teams that are on the back foot. But look, oh my gosh, these teams are so relentless, trying to go for these chases. And now it's gonna be Homebois being pursued by Buriram. This is one of the last teams you want to actually have on your tail. Butterfly and Spade still on the low ground. Looks like Butterfly will be able to get up here. Spade is gonna have to try and look for some support. But look at this though, Puna actually gonna be going right onto the high ground, and it's gonna be able to look down over Homebois, and Spade just gets knocked down by a big fat grenade, immediately taken down. No chance to be picked up at all. Teammates are hiding in the building. Not going to be too happy about this at all. Jembal trying to do his absolute best to get into position, but he's just being chased down, sniped down, unable to assist his teammates. I think he might just have to abandon them at this point.
Wait, Butterfly!
Guys, Butterfly's still sticking around, but with 2 players right next to him, I mean, I think he was just going to have his wings plucked and sent back to heaven.
But he still manages to get dropped just now. That's so unlucky, but Jembal too. Fasada.
Oh, no.
Not the best way for Homebois to end the day. Let's be real here. This is their final day, and they're still not finding that success. I think there's still one more member of Homebois close by, but he's gonna have to be careful. Wait, no.
Man.
Yeah.
No. I think he's actually managed to get out. So
he's in the blue zone. Yeah.
So Homebois, they have one more player left, but we've seen multiple times teams, if they're stuck with that one player, there's a very good chance that they just get picked off from that position. It's so scary. We'll see if they can get that recovery. Everyone else in the meantime, though, in all the other teams, they are sitting at full rosters aside from one player on, but it's Dewa actually just being picked up there. And Safia, his perspective, Dewa losing another player here. Mr. 17, thanks to Safia. They're going to continue with this as well. Pressing into Dewa. And I think this might just be it for Dewa here, Tash. The team is just completely outnumbered, outgunned, surrounded. So 3 players getting picked off, and I think we're actually left with 1 here. And as we now switch on over to attack all round, they are about to run into Onyx. This could be problematic as well. They're just going to hide around their glue wall. Very open. They don't really know who to go for next. And actually, they do finally see Jack Onyx showing themselves on the map with those glue walls. They are split as well. So if they wanted to try and go for the backstab, it is absolutely a possibility. And speaking of backstab, look at Gardu actually just getting immediately shut down by Jump God. One shot in the face, preventing Gardu from coming in at all. They do get another one as well. So you are going for a mass team revive on the other side of the map though, and attack all round. They have crippled Onyx, who were supposed to be the aggressors, who were supposed to be the ones to shut them down. And unfortunately for Homebois, it looks like they weren't able to get the revives. They lost their final player, and they're going to be finishing the game in 10th place here.
That is actually disgusting. The combination they've been using just now, the utility plus those shots, brutal. Regardless, Bermuda United, their problem right now is getting into the circle, attack all around, trying to be the gatekeepers. The sprays come through, a good reposition as well with the go portals. Great job by them. Attack all around struggling right now. It's so hard to really pick off these members when they're all over the map, and Jonah possibly just eliminating the entirety of the squad. There's still one more player there, Funa, but I think regardless of what they do, if they're not quick enough to get to the circle, it's going to be a lot of problems because they're going to dwindle out of their utilities very, very soon.
Definitely. All right, reverse red. 5 eliminations. Now, the thing is, we haven't really seen a lot of stuff happening for RRQ. So this team is patiently waiting in the wings, waiting for that opportunity as the rest of the competitors. Reverse red. Go for those eliminations, burn through those utilities. And they're going to have to eventually deal with RRQ. But as long as they pick up all these eliminations, it might not actually be too bad for these teams, especially for Buriram, because remember, folks, this is the first play day for Buriram. They are going to be picking up so many points, setting themselves up for potentially a first place steal tomorrow, as we do see another team being eliminated in 9th place here. We are now down to 8 teams in Kalahari, and we've just had 2 circles, 29 players left on the map as we speak as well. And at the moment, WAG going to be playing with the high ground here, hoping to try and go for any kind of gatekeep if possible. But so far, no one in position to be gatekept by WAG. In fact, we're seeing Heavy coming in from the southwest side. So I don't really think they're going to be seeing too much gatekeeping at all for this team. If anything, we could maybe see Heavy look to pressure WAG, because again, Heavy, one of those teams that can be hot and cold. If they can sneak on through WAG's offense, they might be the ones to actually shut down.
That was ballsy.
Even steal that high ground. Yeah, incredibly ballsy, but they got out of that scot-free, Tash.
Honestly, I'm surprised he's not punished for going out there, just rotating out there in the open. I love the positioning for WAG right now. They have full control of the high ground. 2 different areas held alongside the bottom side of the area. I think they're prepared. But I'm not sure if I'm liking the fact that they're leaving into the area. Regardless, Onyx now out 8th place, but RRQ are still very much going. Now, reverse red looking to not take this fight. Now, they're prioritizing. Yeah, they're prioritizing getting into the circle first. And they're also prioritizing or understanding the fact that this whole area that RRQ is holding is a high ground. So it's going to be very dangerous for them to hold on to that. Now, WAG is in trouble. Chucked down, a lot of damage coming through because Lucas ran up to them. It's completely RRQ. They were not aware that the other members on the top side there were just a distraction. RRQ quietly have sandwiched them from 2 different areas. WAG as well are here. Now, RRQ playing this very smart. Seeing WAG there means that they're going to play very, very passive. Try and steal those picks. A third party, if you may. Krillin has gone down so far alongside Dolphin. 2 more players to worry about. But Hans putting in the hurt. Heavy's in trouble, but not for long. Call an ambulance, but not for us, says Heavy, because they managed to reverse Uno it. Because Cyrus, the last member left alive for WAG, he's put a lot of, I would say, obstacles between them and him. It's so hard to fight him, but like it or not, for RRQ, they're now in trouble. Stalwart Esports seem to have found their little compound, but the utility thrown up to the bottom side of Stalwart has put in the damage, has put in the hurt. Everyone, both teams need to take a break. They need to take a breather because everyone needs to go for that reset.
Heavy's coming in as well, so we could be seeing 3 teams competing for the sub here, and as long as RRQ can stay on this upper level, they might be all right, and Stalwart might be locked into the lower section there with Heavy. So I think if you're RRQ, create some space, try and go for some kind of reset, maybe try and get your teammates back if possible. In the meantime, though, Buriram trying to put the pedal to the metal here with Reverse Red. This is a massive battle, a battle of the giants, the Colossi. Either of these teams, if they knock each other out, that would be massive going into that late game. But a portal is going to be used there by Buriram to actually relocate instead. But what's happened instead is they've actually relocated next to a different team in the process. But following Stalwart Esports though, they've managed to finally secure themselves with sub. Look at this RRQ wanting to get out of here as quick as they can. They're just giving the sub. They don't feel confident fighting on the sub at all. Can they get away though?
That is gross. That's disgusting. Dude's jump shot takes him down. Oh my gosh, but will be avenged by his teammates. Razor, the player that his teammate has been talking very highly about, hasn't been able to find an answer to how exactly they want to get close enough to the other players. The blue zone just chunking at his life right now. He's trying to break the utility, or rather the glue wall with his stuff, but this is not a good thing. The top side of his area is just making it rain with the blue zone alongside all of these needs. Is just not helping his cause at all. And this time around, RRQ is now out, and Stalwart Esports, look how good they look on this map. 9 eliminations, a jump shot by Cypher, 1 knock, all he needs, and then just quickly just chunking onto the other members, a sandwich if you may, and they found the other members of Heavy, and it's just so unlucky for Heavy, meeting so many players, but look who's in front of them. It's gonna be Reverse Red trying their best to sniff out the other members of WAG. Haven't seen him quite yet. Buriram United trying to give some space. They don't want to take this fight against Reverse Red. They want to make sure that they don't give or contribute as many points as they can. Sming does find 1 member of Buriram United. Not sure if they're gonna be able to go for that revive, at least not this late into the game.
Man, this is such an intense late game because RRQ being eliminated, these are the Kings of Kalahari, meaning the door is wide open for Buriram and Reverse Red to potentially steal this game. The reason why I'm labeling these two teams is because everything at the moment is looking at these two teams to potentially take the Booyah here, but we still have Dewa in the competition. Actually, Dewa just being eliminated there, so it's now down to Stalwart, Buriram, and Reverse Red. We are looking at 2 full rosters, and Buriram unfortunately heavily injured with only 2 players remaining. This last circle is so awkward because it is on a slight incline as well. The teams coming in from the high ground, they're going to be left completely exposed. It's going to come down to the macro game. Buriram is actually well hidden behind those compounds right now, so they're feeling pretty happy. Same thing with Reverse Red, but because Reverse Red are so busy, Wasana actually going to be running up and using the cliffside to protect himself. This is fantastic. They used a great opening whilst they were busy to sneak their way in. Now it's going to be down to Moshi. It's a tough call now for Moshi. They have finally spotted him out. He will use his grappling hook to get in under that cover. And now Ju, unfortunately, not able to find an opening to get that shot in. Going to use this cactus for cover as well as that glue wall. Buriram, I have to say, they have done a great job just playing Ring Around the Rosie, trying to find natural cover.
Oh, that's
that
huge.
natural cover is important. Reverse Red looking to encroach onto Stalwart Esports, and Buriram, they're going to play it safe. They're going to play it calm and quiet. They don't have to engage. Stay hidden. Reverse Red, though, who's going to make the call? Is Red going to go into Stalwart? Stalwart going to make the call into Red? Who do they want to jump on? I think these teams, they're waiting for that circle to finally go in Tash. It's getting incredibly tense, and I think it's now time for these teams to finally move. The late game is here. This is the ultra late game. Looks like Stalwart Esports going to make the play here, going into Reverse Red themselves. Buriram trying to hide under their cover, but they've actually decided to change their mind. Reverse Red maybe going into Buriram themselves. Buriram actually splitting up their players, so if one gets jumped on, they still have another to fall back to. They're still hiding. They're still trying to use all this cover. Moshi and Wasana still hiding, somehow still alive.
Wait, look at Wasana. Wasana's of that nade. He opened it up.
He's thrown the nade so far. Is that the opening that they need?
They've put so much damage onto Reverse Red. Reverse Red is unfortunately not going to be taking that bait. They're just ignoring them because honestly, at this point, this is huge.
They're leapfrogging towards Buriram.
Oh, this is massive. Buriram United is in trouble. Only 2 members left. And this might be what Reverse Red needs, because if they take away the other 2 members of Buriram United, as the Kingmaker out of the line, but Stalwart Esports is just so undeterred. We'll take both of you at the same time, Saifa. Close range fight. Just finds two members in this corner. Manages to get a trade. Cypher's going big right now. Caramel knocked out. And Nameless from the high top side. Just making it rain from above. Just spraying every single player. A wipeout to come through. And booyah, ladies and gentlemen, ending the day and their weekend. Reverse Red, making it big. Very, very patient this time. And it comes off humongous for them.
That patience from all three teams, all three of them. I love the patience. No one moved until they had to. They waited until that final blue zone started to slowly move in. And we saw some crazy stuff as well, especially with the dancing.
Look at that movement. Oh. He can dance in game. They dance in game. And they can also dance in person. We love that.
I mean, they did really play a delicate dance of all three teams. I think they didn't play, but they danced a
I'm
very
gonna be
slow
real with you.
waltz.
I'm gonna be very real with you.
Great play.
Yeah. It was really good because usually when it comes to a lot of the teams, especially from Southeast Asia, patience has never been their forte. Not because they're not patient, but because they love these bombastic, explosive plays. But for the first time in a while now, I love that the fact that all the players are very patient because they want to make sure to see where exactly the circle is going to pull toward the end. And it was toward the middle. Like it or not, you have to go to that open area. It was very different because if it is toward maybe a compound, you can play explosively because there is a way for you to just jump around. But as you go toward the last circle there, you notice that one, they're all low on HP, they're low on utility, they're low on glue walls, they're running out of abilities as well, all on cooldowns as well. They needed to make sure that everyone was ready to go in the fight full with not only their abilities off cooldown, but also with their teammates ready and intact as well. Buriram United did a good job of surviving all of the third place with just two players as that. And number two, I think Buriram United kind of banked for the two big teams, which is Reverse Red as well as Stalwart Esports to take that fight first. But I think like what happened here was that because we saw a little bit of impatience coming in from Buriram United with throwing up that nade, it did end up pulling the members of Reverse Red to them. It did bring in and also give away their positioning because end of the day, Stalwart Esports ended up pushing toward them as well. So not the best situation for them to be in, but at the same time, kudos to Reverse Red for keeping it cool as well because they were letting Stalwart Esports pick off the other members of Buriram United, and Reverse Red sent two people to play at the bottom side. The top side, Reverse Red played the other two on the top area, just making it rain from above. So I'm really liking the fact that not only were they very passive, but they were also very, very surgical on how exactly they wanted to approach that final fight because understanding their terrains really gave them a huge advantage here.
This has also set the tone for what is going to be the storyline for tomorrow as well, because we do need to remind everyone that's tuning into the broadcast, this was the final game for teams in Group B, and a lot of our top competing teams are assigned to Group B. So now it's going to be left to teams in A and C tomorrow to pick up their last day of points before they can end week 1. And at the moment, just going off of what we have seen for today, ignoring what has happened here for Group B, okay? I think Group B, they've done a great job, but we have to start looking at the positions for teams in Group A and C now. How high up are their top performers in these two groups currently? How far away are they from potentially penetrating the top 3 of the group stage? And how close can they get, right? Like, if they can get close, how close can they get? If they can overtake, how many more points can they get over our existing top 3? Because one of the big disadvantages I'm currently seeing for the top 3 teams at the moment, which, if you're wondering, for anyone tuning into the broadcast who's top 3, it's Stalwart Esports, Reverse Red, RRQ. These are your top 3 teams at the moment. They are all stuck in the same group. They are cannibalizing off of each other. So when they aren't playing and Group A and C are together, those points are free for all the teams in those two groups. Like, who's going to get all those points?
I think it's not really a matter of who's going to remain on top. It's a question of which teams are going to be warming up as the weeks go by is also number one. I want to ask you. Number two, which teams have the stamina as weeks go by as well? Because we've seen it, I mean, in so many years that me and you have been here in the Free Fire scene, Natalie, that we've seen like maybe week 1, we'll see like all these pop-off teams. They do so well in week 1 and they just rake up all these points. And then as weeks go by, suddenly they just disappear into oblivion and you start start questioning what happened, honestly. And speaking about what happened, the interview is happening very, very soon. I'd love to hear more from the players, and I'm sure that you will too. So let's see what they have to say about this match today and what they expect for the upcoming weeks or even the matches tomorrow.
Been an uphill task for them, but they came here now. Nameless from Reverseless! Yay! So, what I should call you because you're nameless?
ต้องเรียกว่าอะไรคะในเมื่อชื่อไร้นาม
Sorry, just kidding. Okay, just like I say, it's been an uphill task for them, but they already came here now. What did you do to fix the situation? Because you and your team is like stuck in the jam.
แก้ปัญหายังไงคะตอนแรกเหมือนเราติดอยู่ในแบบกองชุลมุนมากเลยแล้วมาถึงจุดนี้ได้
มีแค่ไดมอนด์พอมีไดมอนด์พอ ไดมอนด์รับจบ
Just only we have Diamond, the player of our team. He carried the team.
Okay, are you under the pressure? Because after game 5, it looked like you and your team didn't do it so well.
รู้สึกตึงไหมคะกับเกม5เพราะเหมือนกับว่าเกม5ทีมเราทำได้ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่
ก็ตึงอยู่ครับเพราะว่าหวังไว้เหมือนกัน ก็มีโค้ชมาดึงสติถึงจะกลับมาได้
We are quite straight, like we not sure what should we do until the coach give us some speed and give encourage to us to fight more for the last game.
What did he say to you to cheer you up?
เขาพูดว่าไงคะโค้ชพูดว่าไง
บอกว่าดึงสติกลับมาหน่อยอย่าหลุดโฟกัสให้มันดีๆแบบนี้ครับ
Put yourself up on track and be more focused. That's what he said.
So, do you like your performance and your team performance so far?
ตอนนี้รู้สึกพอใจกับผลงานของทีมตอนนี้ไหมคะ
ก็ตามเป้าครับตามเป้าที่วางไว้ตั้งแต่แรกครับแต่ก็ยังไม่ค่อยพอใจในผลงานตัวเองเท่าไหร่
We reached our goal but not satisfied yet for the performance today.
Last but not least, what do you think your team will be in which place after the end of this week?
คิดว่าทีมเราจะได้อันดับที่เท่าไหร่คะหลังจากจบสัปดาห์นี้
น่าจะท็อป3ครับ
Wow!
Top 3
Top 3! That's a high goal, you know.
ค่อนข้างหวังสูงเหมือนกันนะ
Okay, good luck. Hope you can get it. Okay. And this is our interview session for today. Thank you. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
All right, folks, that's going to conclude all of our games for today. Now, if you're following any of the teams in Group A and C, don't worry because we've still got plenty of games tomorrow. And I mean 6 brand new games for these 2 groups to battle it out for those points. Teams in Group B though, okay? I think some teams in Group B are sweating bullets because they're done for today. They have no other way of getting points for today. And the reason why I emphasize this, and Tash kind of brought this up as well, right? Some teams need these points early because as the tournament progresses, you don't know if your team is going to stagnate or if you're going to be able to keep up with the flow of the meta, because Free Fire, just like every other esports title out there, is constantly changing. It's constantly evolving. And if you're not able to keep up with the meta, you will eventually fall down that leaderboard. And we have seen in the past for teams that this has happened to, they were able to still make it to the final round because they got the points necessary during the first round.
I was gonna say a Tatsuya on Sniper. That's a very, very interesting pick. I mean, okay, the reason why I say this is because the ability doesn't really suit the weapon, no? But he makes it work. It's great. He's so good at making sure that stragglers get picked off, and I'm not going to complain about that. Regardless, Reverse Red showing us today that they are still very much in the leaderboard on the top. They struggled a bit in the beginning of the game, but they eventually managed to just really readjust themselves toward the end of the day as well, which really shows a lot of versatility that you can see from the game as well. Now, while Smig has been massive when it comes to eliminations and knockdowns and headshots, you also really got to give it to Diamond and Nameless as well, playing in the front line. They've been really good at setting the tone and setting the tempo for the game, to the point that the other players don't even know what hit them when you see Diamond and Nameless just running straight at them.
And let's not forget as well, Tash, this was the game where P Esports yet again tried to shut down Reverse Red. Imagine PE Sports actually winning in that engagement and Reverse Red getting eliminated. They wouldn't have gotten this booyah. So we could have looked at a completely different late game scenario for this team. So the fact that Reverse Red, they understood that PE Sports was just going to continue to chase their tail time and time again. They finally broke through, and because they did, they got that booyah. I think this might be a really important one for the team as well. If they are looking to stay in that top position, to just try and if anything, if you're Reverse Red, maybe you get that MVP money for your teammate. Because yeah, every MVP counts, folks. Don't forget, we have the MVP award, $4,000.
Yeah, but I also want to know how many MVPs are today. Yesterday, a member of Reverse Red managed to get 2 MVPs. So let's see who's going to be bringing home the MVP title. Regardless, I think that as also, there we go, key players. I mean, if you look at here, Jonah today, regardless of Bermuda United's first day, they're coming in swinging. And I think there's a lot more pressure coming in as a team that's got the second place in the Free Fire World Series last year. You have this idea that only you have to prove yourself as the best in Thailand. Because I think the first place winner from Thailand was actually, I believe it was Reverse Red. I need to double check on that, so do not quote me on that. But coming from that, like, not only are you supposed to be one of the best from Thailand, you want to make sure that you are also showing the fact that you are also one of the best here in Southeast Asia. And also another situation as well is to make sure that you don't get overtaken by the new teams. So if you remember, Reverse Red was not playing in the Free Fire World Series last year.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they weren't. So coming in today, coming in this hot, and showing us that they are just, if not more competitive than Bermuda United, is already a statement in itself.
I think it's huge. Like, it's going to get, definitely people in Thailand going to be very excited about this, because they're just like, whoa, look at this team on fire, can compete with Buriram. But how well do they compete with Buriram, right? I think they did a pretty good job. Buriram, I still think this team is asleep. This is something that happened at Worlds as well for Buriram. The team did need a little bit of time to ramp up. Like, they didn't immediately ramp up. They needed like a couple days to sort of warm up. So I'm kind of wondering if this is maybe the case here with this team as well, because today is their first play day for the entirety of the tournament. So tomorrow, maybe we could be seeing a different kind of Buriram, or maybe they get blocked in by CGG, because that has been the case at the World Series last year as well. But Buriram, though, really showing that they are in it to win it as well. So congratulations firstly to Reverse Red for beating PE Sports in that hot drop and getting the booyah in this round, securing 25 points for them to end their points for this week. Buriram taking home 22 points for Stalwart Esports, 14 for Diwa, 12 points for Heavy, 9 for WAG, 7 points for RRQ, 6 for Attack All Round, 4 points for Onyx, 2 points for PE Sports, and then finally a point apiece for Todak and Homebois. And I have to say, this was a pretty brutal round here, unfortunately, for the Malaysians. Both teams ending with 0 points for placements.
Honestly, at this point, I think I had like a lot more expectations for some of these teams. Regardless, 195 is still a big number to beat. Now, if you look at the teams that just came today from Group C, you can see Bermuda United already 103 points. And
actually,
it's only the first day they're playing.
I think there's a good chance Buriram could actually take first place tomorrow.
Exactly. This is, I mean, yes, yesterday Reverse Red and STE did reach the 100 points, but the fact they're still managing to hit it this hard, coming into 6th place on day 1 is huge. It's number 1. And they can start to see a big gap between 6th and 7th place as well, because again, CGG wasn't playing today. Onyx managed to get all the way to 8th place with 85 points, also a statement point in itself. Now the teams that are from Group B, like Homebois, like what's it, Dewa United, no, United is Group C, sorry, like Homebois, like WAG, they need to be careful because they're out of days to play.
For this week, yes.
So yeah, PE is done for the week as well, I believe. Heavy is done for the week as well. So this is the only thing they can, that's the scariest
that was the
part,
warning.
Right?
That is the warning, right?
Yeah.
It's like first week, and you aren't even in a position where you're safe. Because remember, guys, 6 teams are going to be eliminated after this round, right? And so that means if you're not 12 and above, you are at risk of being eliminated.
Yeah, I think like
it doesn't matter what week.
I mean, it's still okay because it's week 1. But imagine if you're on week 3 and you are Group B, and you end the day and I think I did pretty well. But on day 3, You can only watch and see whether or not you're going to make it till the end. And that's why it's so important for you to collect as many points as you can as Group B. Like, yes, you have the advantage of having the first 2 days for momentum, but not being able to play day 3 is, to me, it feels like helplessness. It feels like just sitting there praying that some teams will mess up or not.
Yeah, and everything's out of your control. You don't have any say in how everyone else is going to be able to play.
Speaking of that, though, like, elimination points, Diamond, hello, 40?
I mean,
that's
he's got
wild.
2 MVPs as well. He kind
2
of
MVPs
deserves-
today, so that means 2 MVPs today and 2 MVPs yesterday. That's 4, no?
I think that's a total. No, I think he's still got 2. I don't think it went up. The MVPs, so the MVP points they should collect every week. So he's.
Oh.
I don't think he got MVP at all, but he still picked up eliminations.
Okay, so maybe at least he's still up there. He still has the 2 MVPs. No one
Well,
has
he's
beaten
safe.
him yet. I mean,
No,
like,
no
he's
one's
already
catching
gotten
up.
2.
He's fine. He's
Yeah,
fine.
he's fine. He's fine. Regardless, I think that will be all that we have for today. So good night, everyone. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place for the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. Denali and Tashmani. Good night, everyone.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?